The meeting of the regular city council is called to order. The time is 6:12 PM. Today is August 16th. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Runny Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Mill Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Botel,
Here.
Jonathan Evans, City Manager,
Present.
Tawana Smith, City Clerk is present, Don Wynn, City Attorney.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have Miss Serenity Bouvard doing the pledge tonight,
Thank you, Madam
and
Clerk.
she's present.
Serenity is here.
Yes.
If we can have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, will be led by Serenity Beauvoir. Serenity is a bright young lady. She goes to Watson B. Duncan Middle School. Her mom, India, is an established teacher at Gardens High School, and her dad, O'Brien Edwards, is a huge supporter of this young lady. She's a bookworm, loves the Harry Potter series. She's 11 years old and was born August 5th, 2011. She loves to ice skate and swim as a hobby, and she comes from a Haitian African-American background. Ms. Serenity, welcome and thank you so much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Serenity. We appreciate you being here and continue to serve the community. Board, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to tonight's agenda? Board, if we can take into consideration items to move to consent. From our regular agenda, item 11B, Resolution 108-23. Eleven B, 108-23, I would like to move to consent. Resolution 124-23, which is 11C.
Chair,
Board Member, Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I want to,
Keep that in its place?
yes, please.
Okay, 11C. Other consideration, please, Board, would be 11H, Resolution 126-23. That's accepting a grant? No quorum. And 11I, Resolution 118-23. H is yes. Is it okay with yes for everyone? Okay. And then 11I was my last consideration, 118-23. So we will keep item 11C in its current place, and we'll be moving 11B, H, and I to consent, Madam Clerk.
So 11,
I'll give you the resolutions, Madam Clerk. 11B is going to be Resolution 108-23. 11H is Resolution 126-23. And 11I is Resolution 118-23.
yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Disclosures from the board? Staff? Motion to adopt agenda with said changes?
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Mill Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Moving to the consent agenda, all matters listed on this item are considered to be routine in action and will be taken by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence. Does anyone want to pull an item from agenda? Consent agenda. Can we have a motion to approve? Madam Pro Temp, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask one question in regards to 3B.
3B? Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to move 3B off of consent.
Okay.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion been made and probably second. Do we have any public comment cards?
No, we do not have any public comment cards on the consent agenda, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes,
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Item 3B, Resolution 123-23.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving plat application PA-23-0001 from Eastern Group Companies Incorporated to add one additional right-of-way, ROW Track B1, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on item 3B. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 123-23.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Here, Mr. Chair and members of the board, Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermis, is here to answer any questions that the board may have with regards to resolution number 123-23.
Sermons.
Um,
Pro Tem, go ahead.
no, I was gonna let Mr. Sermons explain to me this, property.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem. Go ahead, Mr. Sermons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of council, Honorable Mayor, Madam Attorney, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. The item before you this evening is related to a project that you saw last year, the Riviera Beach LTL project that was before you as a site plan and plat last year. It was approved at the time. The project has since gone under construction. While going through construction and acquiring permits necessary from the Florida Department of Transportation, the applicant was notified that an additional dedication of right-of-way was needed for this project. The purpose of the plat before you tonight is to provide for that dedication of additional right-of-way to the Florida Department of Transportation by the applicant. That is a summary of what's before you, but I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Pro Tem?
Mr. Simmons, where is this, what is it, a warehouse?
Yes, it was approved as a logistics warehouse, and it is located off of MLK Boulevard.
And how close is that to, Azure Estates?
It is the adjacent parcel to Azure Estates.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Pro Tem.
Ma'am.
Board members, any additional questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
No, not on this item.
Thank you. No additional comments? Fill out a card, sir. If we have no additional comments, no additional comment cards, sir, the process would be you'd fill out a public comment card for the item. Did you want to speak on this item?
I filled out a card.
For this item? We are on item 3B.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
No.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes for the chair, 4-1, with Chair Pro Tem Lanier dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
And we will be taking public comment cards, so if anybody wants to submit a public comment card during general public comments, you can. And there's also going to be items on the agenda where you can just put the item number where you can give public comments. So if there's a specific item, just write that number down and put a card in. Thank you, sir. So when we get to that item, we'll call on you. Thank you. Going into regular agenda, Madam Clerk, 9A.
9A, ordinance number 4231, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application ZA 22-0002 from Safe Harbor Marinas requesting a zoning map amendment from DR Downtown Residential District designation to a DM Downtown Marine District designation and a small portion of Downtown Core DC to Downtown Marine DM and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on item 9A. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4231.
Motion been made. Do we have a second? Second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Sermons. Before we get into our presentations, if we can have all residents please silence your cell phones. Welcome, Ms. Sermons.
Thank you. All right, again, for the record, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. I am before you to provide a presentation for item 9A, but it will also touch on the next two items associated with the Safe Harbor project. If at any point there's any questions, please let me know. But the first three items are associated with the project read into the record. The applicant, Safe Harbor Marinas, is requesting approval of 6 items associated with multiple parcels of land to assemble a new campus to operate their boat, yacht repair, and maintenance business. There are a total of 6 applications. On the agenda tonight, there are only 4. The first 3 items are legislative in nature, so this presentation will encompass those 3. And once we get to item 4, there will be a separate presentation. The project is located in Riviera Beach, indicated by the red dot on the screen before you.
Excuse me, residents, if you please not interrupt, we'll try to get through the presentations.
The image before you on the screen now shows a closer aerial view of the parcels of land in question for the proposed project. Before you now is a view of the property looking north from Broadway, a view looking east to East 22nd Court from Broadway, the northern boundary of the property, view looking east to East 22nd Street from Broadway, and a view looking south to Avenue B from East 22nd Court. The applicant, Safe Harbor Marinas, is seeking to redevelop multiple parcels of land to assemble a new campus to operate their boat repair and maintenance business. Currently, about half of the land area is already under the operation of the applicant. Existing conditions are a mix of vacant and developed parcels. There are a total of 31 parcels listed on the updated ownership affidavit that are in question for this project, which I will show in a moment. The lot size is approximately 21.8 acres. The zoning is a mix of downtown core, downtown residential, downtown marine. The future land use designation is downtown mixed use, as well as working waterfront. On the screen before you now are the 31 parcels that are subject to the proposed project. So in order of magnitude of land development regulations, we first have the proposed land use change. On the left, you can see the existing land use configuration of the properties. To the right is what's proposed. The future land use of single family would be completely removed, and the majority of the property would be working waterfront and then downtown mixed use. Before you now is the proposed rezoning configuration of the properties. The zoning designation of the properties follow the future land use where there's residential to the north of the tracts of land with downtown core. South of that, and the eastern parts of the project are currently downtown Marine. The applicant is proposing a complete removal of downtown residential to change the majority of the properties to downtown Marine, and the strip along Broadway to remain downtown core to allow for office and retail and commercial development in the future.
Mr. Chair, I'm having.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I'm having a difficult time hearing him, so I'm gonna ask if we can get some more volume, or perhaps he can speak louder because I'm not hearing him very well. I never knew that.
I will do my best to speak louder, and apologies, I do have a bit of a cold, so it may be a little harder to hear my voice today, but I will speak louder. The third application under your consideration this evening is for a text amendment. Currently, the landscaping sections of the code, 31-609, provide requirements for the minimum amount of landscaping required for a project. The applicant has proffered the additional language on the screen before you now that would effectuate the proposed development that they are bringing to the city. The language states that working waterfront projects within the downtown Marine zoning district and projects within the Portland district may submit a request to provide a contribution in lieu of meeting the required landscaping requirement for consideration by the city council at the time of site plan consideration. The contribution shall be calculated based on the cost to construct those improvements that would be required to meet the minimum standards. Only the minimum reduction of landscaping to allow for operational feasibility may be considered. The city shall reserve funds provided under this requirement for future landscaping and beautification expenditures. As far as public notice, this was executed to satisfy state and city regulations by staff. This includes mailers to abutting residents, ads in the local newspaper, and signs posted on the property. During this process, staff ensured that the applicant engaged with the community around the proposed project before this came to public hearing. As a result of that, the applicant provided proof of 4 community meetings that were held in regards to this project, at which time they had discussions with members of neighboring communities. There were several topics and concerns that were brought up by residents. Some of them are immediately relevant to the items before you. Others were concerns with the proposed use. It should be noted that the use which would be effectuated by the site plan is not before you tonight. However, the proposed future land use change and the zone change does come with it a list of uses that would be allowed if those ordinances are passed. So some of those concerns expressed by the residents are still relevant to tonight's hearing, even though the site plan itself is not on the agenda this evening. But the primary concerns expressed by members of the community were related to traffic circulation, drainage, open space, landscaping and beautification, sidewalk improvements, speed bumps, traffic turnarounds, air quality, and parcel numbers. Staff recommends the approval of the proposed applications for the following reasons. 1, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, policies 1.2.13, policy 1.2.21, policy 1.8.1, policy 1.3.5, as well as the downtown mixed use future land use district. The project is consistent with the community redevelopment plan and has been reviewed by the CRA. The project is consistent with the land development code. The abandonment meets the, that one's is not relevant on this item. The proposed text amendment would serve multiple development needs, and the project meets 4 out of the 7 purposes and intents of the Downtown District's code. And again, a note on the proposed text amendment. The city has been in the situation within the past 3 years where developments in the working waterfront or port district have propositioned the city and the board for a reduction in required landscaping to allow them to better utilize their property for the use which are related to marine uses. So the proposed text amendment would not only allow for the proposed project to move forward, but it would allow for projects at the port, such as what was approved for Sunstar Logistics, to have a cleaner path forward in the future. So staff did take that into consideration when considering this text amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
so I just want to be clear as to what we can expect. How much more of your presentation do you have? Because you're kind of going all over the place. And I specifically have questions about the text amendment, and you've actually just spoken exactly to one of the questions that I have. And Mr. Chair, I want to be fair. When can I expect to be able to ask questions on these items? Because he seemed to be giving us a omnibus presentation that covers 3 items. So, well, thank you.
So to that point, Councilman McCoy, you can actually chime in at any time now, being that Mr. Sermons is going to kind of jump around from items A, B, and C. We're able to just chime in and just opine on any topic he has now.
Thank you. May I?
Please.
If you can back up the one slide, please. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sermons, as you was just indicating, you mentioned Sunstar Logistics had a similar challenge, and they're located on port land. Did you work with the applicant to create this carve-out for port properties? Or was this offered by the applicant?
Staff worked with the applicant to ensure that the proposed text amendment considered the full scope of land development in the city and any future needs that may arise, so that it works for not just the applicant, but the city in general.
Well, if that was true, Mr. Sermons, why did they have to submit the application? If you agreed that it was needed and we've just had a situation where that occurred, why wouldn't staff go ahead and take the initiative of doing a staff-initiated text amendment?
Because it was necessary for their project to move forward, so the onus was on them to provide solutions to identified issues with their proposed project.
Okay, that's all I have.
Hey, Councilman McCoy.
In terms of this specific
This
text
item.
amendment.
Correct.
Thank you.
If you want to continue with your presentation?
That's the conclusion of the staff presentation.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's go into public comments. How many cards do we have?
Right now, we have 8 public comment cards for 9A.
This is for 9A, so
Yes.
residents, please remember that we are talking about 9A, which is our ordinance for application zoning map amendment. So that's going to be the discussion that we're having. So if we have comments, make sure it's in reference to the item that we're talking about. As we go into public comments, you're free to speak of any item, but this won't be 9A for the zoning map. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Brandy Davis, Mr. Mike Mahoney, and Mr. Travis Bethea. Ms. Brandy? Ms. Brandy? Oh, okay, thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Brandy.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, City Manager. So my name is Brandy Davis Balsamo, and I am a Lakeview Park resident. I moved here in 2020, and I've spent a lot of money fixing up my house and also advocating for the neighborhood, actually working with neighbors, to fix blight in the neighborhood to improve that area. And I became aware of the Safe Harbor Rainbow Beach project through their neighborhood meetings. I attended 4 of those. I also attended the CRA meeting. I attended the Inlet Harbor meeting. I've attended 2 P&Z meetings, and I'm also here tonight. And I was at the meeting where this got pulled suddenly 2 weeks ago, I believe, from the agenda. So together, I think that's 9 meetings where I've come to express concerns about this project. I've hired an attorney. We've worked with the University of Miami. There's been a lot of analysis on the site plan. I think we came up with some really reasonable requests, and those requests have been largely ignored. I would say flat out ignored by the applicant, which is surprising because they are not unreasonable by any means. There are requests such as increasing the landscape buffer, doing a traffic study that includes our neighborhood because we get a lot of marine traffic coming through our neighborhood to that area. And also to use the properties that are on Broadway for their designated use. This has been a lot of time and effort on my behalf. And I think it's sad that we are here and we're still talking about these issues because I think that we could have come to a resolution earlier and not have to be at this place. I will also say that Safe Harbor Rajavich said on the record at the last meeting in the CRA meeting that we could reach out to their general manager who's here tonight. And I did with a very polite letter asking if it was possible for them to do something about the lights that trespass into my windows because I'm behind that big structure that holds a lot of boats and dry storage. And I got a lovely email back right away. And since then, it's been a month and crickets. I have not heard anything. And so I'm a little confused about this. I have big concerns. I've expressed lots of those concerns. I think in the comp plan, in the future land use plan, and the CRA plan, we don't see this. This is a variance request to bring industrial right next to our properties, to rezone, to carve out a section of the downtown core. And there are serious repercussions. And I don't envy your position, but I hope that you consider our neighborhood and the stability of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brandy.
Next is Mr. Mike Mahoney, Mr. Travis Bethay, and Mr. Manny Xavier.
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager. Mike Mahoney, 2120 Broadway, these T-shirts, and also 2135 across the street on Broadway, Main Street Plaza. We passed out some papers for you guys to look at, not on this particular agenda item, but on the following agenda items. Anyways, I just wanted to make sure, because my D's T-shirts is in the downtown corridor, to my understanding, and I think we're going to stay that way, but I'm not sure. I looked at the zoning map and stuff, and I just want to kind of make sure that there is going to be the availability of us operating the same that we have been for the last 25 years or so on Broadway. You know, we have these T-shirts again, and we screen print and embroider T-shirts. And I'll get into it later, but the parking has been something that we've had problems with as a commercial business along US 1. So whatever we can do to incorporate parking in with this particular item, it would be much appreciated on that. I also wanted to know if there was any type of improvements that we could see that would be, once they do change the zoning to downtown Marine, either behind us or alongside of us, you know, what type of improvements that's going to give us, if any. So I'm just concerned about what our zoning is right now, and if we're going to be able to keep that. I believe we are, but I'm not 100% sure on that. If somebody could explain that a little bit better, right along that particular area, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney.
Mr. Travis Bethay, Mr. Manny Xavier, Mr. William Julius.
Welcome, Mr. Bethay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just like Brandy said, I have a lot of time invested coming to speak with the council. So I look around, it's almost like we have to do Thanksgiving together because it's like family now, looking at everyone's faces. 37 East 24th Street, 19-year resident. So to talk about the rezoning, they want to change the last plot of residential. And I think that should be kept as a buffer. And really, the whole corridor between 22nd Court, 22nd Street should be where they have to place all the landscaping that's required for the 21, 22 acre project that they're doing. The wall goes on their side, green space for the residents. There's going to be a lot of hardships for us to deal with. 3 times now have I smelled chemicals, and just 2 days ago was very harsh chemicals. And when I drove over there, I felt dizzy, and the fire department has recognized that they did smell the chemicals and they have said they were using chemicals. No one will tell us what products they're using, which brings another concern. I have an 8-year-old son, and he means everything to me, and that's the most important thing to me. You know, to me, the chemicals, whatever. But for my son, it's unacceptable for him to be exposed to anything like that. So that whole corridor should be left as a barrier, and don't give them the exemption on the landscaping, because that's going to give them plenty of land to plant trees and give us a green space for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathei.
Mr. William Julius, Ms. Paige Parker,
Mr. William Julius,
Present.
welcome.
First off, I had a meeting with Clarence Simmons 8 months ago with Anna Vergny. You may know of her. She's another resident at 248. I live at 248 East 24. She lives up the street. And there's a lot of unfinished business here. I know that this is the first reading on this. And none of this stuff was approved. I went to the city council meeting last 2 weeks ago, and this whole issue was wiped off the slate 20 minutes after getting here. So no one was able to respond to that. All right. This has been forced down our throats. It's not something that we want. 22 acres of our land and our business area. Of course, it's Riviera Beach Marina, but I mean, there's a whole lot going on there. There's only one way in and one way out, and that's East 24th Street, which is my street. We've got huge trailers with huge boats going in and out, 30, 40, 50-foot boats being trailered on 6 tires trailers coming down our street. It's a very much, and there's a lot of kids on the street. This is a very serious situation. And I don't know if Clarence remembers that meeting that we had, but he totally did not give us any indication that this was going to come down the pike. He assured us that this was not going to happen, and it did happen. So I would just like to ask Clarence a question, if I could. Do you remember that meeting?
Mr. Williams, if you can address the board, please.
Clarence?
We'll answer all questions after, if you can address the board with your comments.
Well, I asked him if he remembers the meeting that we had.
Okay, we'll follow up with him. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Williams.
Because it was,
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Williams.
right.
Thank you, sir.
I've got other cards, so.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be back up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Paige Parker.
Ms. Parker? Paige Parker?
Yes.
Is Ms. Parker here?
No, Mr. Xavier, then Ms. Paige.
I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Xavier. Riviera Beach.
Hey, welcome, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you. The project that you have before you tonight, the density that's involved with it, and its interactions with the streets that belong to other businesses and residents in the area, it's just outlandish. It's just too big. It's too much. It's too great. And I have no problem with preserving the working waterfront. I don't mind if they expand, but it has to be done within reason. Because if you think about what they want to do on 22nd Street, they want to construct a parking garage for 500 cars. Now, basic math and common sense, if you look down 22nd Street, tell me how that's going to be done in a fashion where everything's going to be operated in a decent fashion. It's not. It's just not. It's going to be complete chaos. And just go back to your last meeting with the ordeal that you put Viking through for their project on 14th, 15th, and 16th Street. Magnify that by 5 to 10 times and put that on one street and tell me what you're going to get. And that's just the traffic issue. We're not even talking about the environmental issues that are going to be escalated, not linear, but potentially exponentially by them bringing in the magnitude of expansion that they want to bring. I think this really has to be tabled, rethought, and examined a little bit more and presented with a project within reason that's not going to just affect the residents there, but other businesses that have been there before they have been there, okay? And that want to come in and look at our comprehensive plan and look at what we wanted to do with the downtown corridor. It was not making it Marina Mile. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Ms. Paige Parker, Mr. Peter Harinda, and Ms. Julie Lawson.
Welcome, Ms. Page.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I am also a resident of Lakeview Park, and I can tell you that the neighborhood is very concerned. I don't know where the numbers came from on the attendance of the meetings. They look very low, and I can assure you that the neighborhood as a whole is very concerned. I personally have attended CRA meetings, planning and zoning, meetings at Rybovich facility, meetings with the city council, numerous meetings. I don't always sign in on the sheets. I don't always know that there is a sign-in sheet. So whatever those numbers were that were presented looked very low about the attendance. I don't know who compiled those numbers or what that data came from, but I can assure you that the neighborhood as a whole is very concerned, and with good reason, as I'm sure you are all very aware of, just with the common sense of looking at what is being proposed and hearing from us in the neighborhood. We had a meeting, for example, last night that was wonderful and very well attended, and I want to say thank you again to the officials that did attend. The chief of police was there, the chief of the fire department was there, code was there, public works was there, and there were well over 20, 25 residents there. So we are concerned, and we do show up. We might not always sign in on the sheets, but we are there and we are concerned. So some of the things on the staff review, especially the first point talking about the comp plan, and this came out very clearly in the meeting last night from fire, from police, from public works, that their hands, they were saying, are basically tied by code, and they can only do so much depending on what code says. The comprehensive plan, our present codes did not foresee something like this. We have a meeting coming up about the comp plan. So can we please slow down and wait for the comprehensive plan to move forward, because our codes were not meant, they did not foresee this kind of stuff coming at us. So I ask that y'all please take a look at that. Let's go forward with the comprehensive plan. Give us an opportunity to speak on these codes. Give fire, give police the opportunity to say, hey, the neighbors are saying this, and we're telling them that we can't do anything because it meets code. Well, the codes are outdated, the comp plan is outdated. So I ask that we really take a good look at that. And then the points that were brought up, I didn't see, one of our main concerns is just general safety. Thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of fuel. Major fire risk. General safety, environment, traffic, noise,
Good
crime.
comments, Ms. Page.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter and Ms. Julie Lawson.
Welcome, Speaker.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, staff, council. I just have some concerns. There were buildings proposed on Broadway, and I don't believe, and I don't ever remember hearing the final. It's better? Good? I've never got a final read on what is actually going in the buildings on Broadway. There are 3 giant buildings. There was restaurants, some type of stores, storefronts. My understanding, it was earmarked for Rybovich to have their workshops in it. So if I missed something, my apologies, but I've never come back around and actually found out what the usage is on those. And additionally, I'm concerned about the strip of land between 22nd Court, 22nd Street, and B and C. They proposed 2 buildings there, but there's no usage in between there, and that property really affects the residents to the north of that. It directly impacts it. I know there's been talk about double buffers, additional landscape use to put trees in there, but if they have fuel or any type of other manufacturing or facilities in that area, that's directly impacting our neighborhood, and I believe that should be addressed. And adding the D Street behind the shops, I think they need to come up with a better plan on that. And just for a little bit of facts, and so how many cars fits in 1 mile? So I did an average car is 15 feet. So 5,280 feet times divided by 15, that's 350 cars. The Riviera Beach Bridge is 2,700 feet long. That's 188 cars that can go from the beginning to the end in one way. So Rybovich could actually facilitate both sides of the bridge with their parking garage that they're erecting there, because there's 500 cars. I said 300 before, so everyone corrected me. So with the 500 cars, they could fill up Riviera Beach Bridge, both sides, and then come around Broadway back into their facility with the amount of vehicles in their parking lot. Those are just general numbers, general math based on the auto industry. I think I highly recommend, I know they've done research. I ask please to get some kind of outside entity, and I know Rybovich has done their work, it provided the traffic analysis and stuff like that. I just can't believe with what's going on in there, it's going to work. They start coming around my block at 5 o'clock in the morning, and my camera just starts going off when I'm getting my coffee sitting outside. Now the bus is coming. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your comments, Peter.
Ms. Julie Lawson, and that's your last public comment card, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Ms. Lawson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Logston. My husband and I came to Riviera Beach about 5 years ago, and we bought several properties in this area, and we've made a big investment. We've fixed houses up. We spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money. And, you know, we have a vested interest in making sure that this does not become an industrial zone. And I will tell you, I personally have been to 4 or 5 of these meetings now. The last one, which, as a couple people have mentioned, was canceled at the last minute, very conveniently or inconveniently for some of us. But we've brought up the same issues consistently for multiple meetings in front of the Planning and Zoning meeting, and no one has answered any of our questions. Everybody sits up there and they listen and nod their heads, and then they vote yes. Not one person has answered our questions. Not one person has responded and thought, gee, maybe that's an intelligent question. We ought to get an answer. They've just nodded their heads and moved ahead. And I have to tell you, we're all relying on you guys not to do that. And I don't think any of us are saying, this shouldn't happen to some extent. We just want it to be controlled and done properly. And I just watched them, Mr. Sermon's put up here that, this thing met 4 or 5 of the regulations with regard to the future vision or the comprehensive plan. I don't see how that's true. I mean, Riviera Beach has so much potential. Nobody comes here to shop. Nobody comes here to dine. Everybody goes to West Palm or North Palm or Palm Beach Gardens. But we could do so much if we built that corridor out and we did it right. And now we're turning it into an industrial zone. And it's the city's responsibility to make sure there's retail there. But between the parking, 500 cars, open up. First of all, I don't know why they need 500 cars, but make it public parking and available so that we could have retail and people could park. Right now I see this all becoming boat related, and I don't know where the restaurants and cafes, and even if you put them there, where are the people going to park? So I don't see how this can be aligned to the plan. And this is my first comment card, and it's really related to A and B, because A and B are both related to changing the zoning to more working waterfront and downtown marina. But I don't see how that's consistent to the vision of making our city, a place people want to come and want to shop and want to dine. I think it's consistent with making it an industrial zone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Chula. Any additional comments, Madam Clerk?
No, that's it. Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Board members? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Yes, I guess this is kind of interesting.
Excuse me if I may, Mr. Chair. The applicant is here and does have a presentation prepared if it's the pleasure of the board.
Presentation is going to be across items A, B, and C, 9A, B, and C.
That's my understanding, yes.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So that's where it was actually my question, because this is getting a little confusing, and I was going to ask for a little bit of latitude with those speakers, because if you have staff to give a presentation about multiple items, it's almost impossible to stay germane to just the zoning issue.
And
So
that's
I
why-
think,
Because most of the speakers were across the item, and it was difficult with the presentation covering all 3, so I agree.
and then too, so to my point, I feel almost like I want to ask questions about the text amendment, but that's not what we're about to vote on right now.
Correct.
But certainly, I just want to figure out how we can fix this so we can know exactly what the issue is. And if we are going to hear from the applicant, then I guess I should probably wait.
I'm actually going to allow for us, board, if we're okay with that, having discussions across all 3 items, even though we are talking about the downtown core and downtown Marine District. If we can discuss any questions that we have about items A, B, and C, being that they were part of the presentation. So Councilman McCoy, you do have the latitude to ask all of your questions now.
Okay, well, I'll try. So text amendment, Mr. Sermons. So with this text amendment, creating this new ordinance section, let me turn to it real quick. The contribution amount, is that going to be established by way of resolution? Or what's going to happen and how is that determined?
In a case where if this was approved and utilized, yes, the resolution would include a language or a condition stating the amount of the contribution for landscaping and when it would be due.
Okay. All right. And if I could ask perhaps you or Ms. Nguyen, back to the zoning item, what's the standard of review with this? And I think I've heard it from Ms. Nguyen, but I want to make sure that we all understand what we're being asked to do here.
Mr. Chair,
Attorney Nguyen, go ahead.
it's legislative. All 3 of these items are, the first 3 that you're discussing now.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We can,
Chair,
Pro Temp, go ahead.
are we going to have a presentation by the applicant?
Hold on. Is that someone's phone? Okay, residents, if we can, please all mute our phones. I'm sorry, Pro Temp, go ahead.
I wanted to know, are we going to have a presentation by the applicant?
Yes, that's who we're calling on next, Pro Temp.
Oh, okay.
So if we can have the applicant to give the presentation, items we're discussing, the ordinance 4231, 4232, and 4233. Sir, if we cannot interrupt the meetings, we will be moving forward with the agenda. So if all residents can, we will be calling on you during public comments and during comments from the public for any item we come to. Thank you.
Council members, Mr. Chairman and Mayor and City Manager, Richard Pinsky, on behalf of Safe Harbor, not the Villas of Solano, which we just had up on the screen, but we'll get that fixed. So while we're waiting, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is the first formal introduction to the City Council. I know you've seen and heard about the project from your sitting as CRA, but this is the formal introduction. I'll skip over a couple of slides because of the time and get to the two graphics that I'd like to show you for the items 9A, B, and C. And it's coming. Okay, while we're waiting, I would take exception to the comments about not being responsive. I know the council has personally taken an interest and responded. I know I have answered dozens of emails, have had numerous conversations with many, many residents that are not represented here, but every single item that's been addressed, I take great exception to being unresponsive and not changing anything. We've made a great many changes. As you know from our previous CRA presentation, Mr. Sermons was not embracing this presentation to begin with. So he was not thrilled with the way it was first presented. So your meeting with him was accurate and his representation was accurate. Since that time, dozens of changes have been made and we've had to go a long way to make staff happy. So that's the difference of what you met with them and then what you see today. Again, introducing the size of the company that you have attracted to your city. Safe Harbor is not asking for anything other than what we own and currently operate under. We're not asking for any incentives. We're not asking for any tax breaks. We are not asking for anything whatsoever. As presented by your staff, tonight you are dealing with the land use, the rezoning, the text amendment, and then you will get to the roadway abandonment. What you are not dealing with tonight is the replatting of all of the parcels you saw earlier, and then all the comments tonight that had to do with the site plan, which we are anxious to respond to, but not tonight. That's for your next meeting. And as you do know, we did have P&Z board unanimous approval from Planning and Zoning and unanimous approval from the CRA. So tonight, this item that's before you right now, this is what it currently looks like. The land use designation does not impact the single-family residential neighborhood of Lakeview Park. What it does do is it is going to expand your working waterfront. And that's consistent with your comp plan, that's consistent with the CRA, and that's consistent with all of the properties to the south. You have a marina that you are attracting a national hotel chain with a Margaritaville flag. You have a port, you have working marinas. That's what working waterfront is. It's not industrial, it's working waterfront. It's a separate land use. It does preserve the downtown core, which is what your staff has asked us to do to be consistent with what you're going to be doing with the new City Hall site as far as commercial and retail along the Broadway corridor, which we're glad to be a part of. So your land use is consistent with what you are doing in the city and what you are attracting. This is how your city is going to attract people into it. That's bringing new commerce, new jobs, and all the other ancillary things that happen like restaurants and retail. The current zoning designation is a hodgepodge. You have a downtown residential that's just sticking in the middle of everything. You have a downtown marine, you have a downtown core, and then of course your RS8. So what you're doing with your zoning designation is once again, you're consolidating and making a much cleaner, consistent with the land use designation of downtown marine, preserving your downtown core. So the items before you as far as land use and zoning go are exactly consistent with what your vision for reimagining Riviera Beach calls for, what your comp plan calls for, and what is in fact happening organically throughout your waterfront from the port up to 22nd Court. The text amendment and Councilman McCoy, I certainly appreciate your comments about a staff generated text amendment change. We are happy to be the guinea pig. We are happy to help facilitate what perhaps your staff has tried to struggle with in the past. So this is a clean way of doing it. Yes, there are private property owners that are going to be consistent with working waterfront on both sides of Broadway in relationship to the port and perhaps even the Marina District. So what this is going to do is just a clean way of saying, which do you want to do, which can you do? In our particular case, it is impossible to meet your current development landscaping requirements. That is why this is in there. So while we are certainly glad that we had this option to take advantage of, it actually is going to help more than just our project. And that is again, recommended by staff, and it's a good recommendation. We're very happy with the way it came out. Just a note on Broadway, this is really is the renderings pertaining to that text amendment you just saw. So the Broadway buffer is going to have the trees and the landscaping that you're looking at the entrance to one of the retails. Even though it's on the site plan, I just cannot resist responding to the one gentleman. We are a private landlord. Whoever wants to rent that, first come, first serve, they get to rent it. If the city wants to encourage restaurants, retail, you can't predict a use until if nobody shows up and wants to rent it, it'll be vacant. But it's first come, first serve. We hope that there will be sundry shops, restaurant, coffee shops, but we can't make that happen. The landscape buffer, again, in relationship to the text amendment, we do not have to put up an 8-foot wall. We want to put up an 8-foot wall, and that's what we're putting up. We do not have to use mature trees. We are using mature trees. We've spent a great deal of time, despite what you may have heard tonight, with the residents, not just the residents here that don't like this, but the dozens of residents that you're not hearing from tonight that have quietly asked us, because they are embarrassed about showing up and being ostracized by their neighbors. But we have heard comments, we have responded, and that's what you're seeing. It's going to be a magnificent border. On the other side, you're going to have, for the first time, a curb. So this is the way the 22nd Court, as you know, does not look today, but it's going to be a great roadway and a great buffer. We are also adding, this is 22nd Court. This is going to be the main entrance, 21st Street. This area is going to be for passive use. So right now we store for the folks that come in, by the way, no boats come in by road. All boats come in by water. So I don't know what boat traffic is going on. Maybe it has to do with Viking or some other place, but no boats come by road. These boats all bring a bunch of stuff, just stuff. And over here is where all that stuff is going to be stored in nice buildings. No noise, no fumes, no work, passive use as an extra buffer between 21st Street, which is going to be traffic only into the main yard, and 22nd Court. So whatever you may hear about work, and whoever took a tour knows all the work is done over here. One more comment, even though it's site plan related, we do not store fuel. There is not going to be any fuel. And I don't know how many times we can say that. Fire department has been out there as recently as yesterday. Nothing. DEP, nothing. You just can't make unfounded comments without any facts to back it up. That's where I'll stop because this has to do with the road abandonment and not, happy to answer any questions.
Council members?
Mr. Chair? I
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
I hesitate to say this, but it's going to be very difficult to separate out the land use from these other items. Could we have a little leeway in terms of the kinds of questions we can ask and make them not necessarily restricted to the items on the agenda? And I ask that because of the concerns of residents who have raised on a number of occasions some things that I would just like to get some clarity from the presenter as to what's going on. So first thing.
To address that point, Councilwoman, City Attorney, you did state that this is legislative actions that we're taking.
Yes,
So-
she can ask whatever she
Of
likes.
course. So board, again, I gave Councilman McCoy the same latitude. Councilman Botel, go ahead. We'll just open up these questions and discussion because we've heard this multiple times. We've been to multiple iterations of the discussion. Let's go ahead and just get the questions that we have out so that we can make a conscious decision on these changes.
That was a yes, I can ask what I want.
Absolutely.
So I guess one of the things that we hear constantly is that there are fumes coming from the work that's being done. Could you explain a little bit, because I've seen it firsthand, how the boats are wrapped to prevent any fumes? And I especially am concerned for the gentleman who has an 8-year-old child, because one of the things we really want to be careful about is our young people. We want to be sure that they're not exposed to anything that would be detrimental to their health. So could you explain how the boats are wrapped so that they prevent any of the fumes from coming into the neighborhood?
Great, thank you, Councilman, through the chair. The boats that come in for any number of reasons, first of all. When there is work being done on the hull itself or any painting or sanding or whatever, there's scaffolding built around the vessel. That vessel, that scaffolding then has shrink wrap placed around it so no air gets out, no fumes get out. So that is a clean marina compliance issue with the Department of Environmental Protection of what we're required to do. The liquid byproducts have to be captured. They cannot be disposed of on the ground. The air particles have to be captured. They can't be let out into the air. So even if it's a small area, so let's say you may have something forward of the boat or even aft, there's this little section that has to get done. That is also gets shrink wrap put around it, and the work is done inside of that. So it's very careful. If you take a tour, you'll see every small patch, large patch, so there are no fumes getting out. But don't take our word for it. So one of the residents consistently calls 911, and the fire department has to go out. God forbid, nothing else would be going on at the time. And when the fire department shows up, again, as recently as yesterday, they certified there is nothing there. DEP came recently as yesterday again, said nothing is there. But this is not just yesterday. This is also 3 weeks ago. This is also 2 months ago. This is also 6 months ago. And this is in addition to the twice annual inspections that go on. And every time don't take my word, look at the record, no finding. So whatever the comment was, is that even the fire department said, that is just not true. Ask the fire chief what he saw, what he found, and what he determined. And you'll find that our behavior as far as a work environment is 5-star. It's always been that way. Again, look at West Palm Beach, look at what's on the record. So it is a difficult, but for further assurance, we do all of that work in the south end of the yard next to John Berry Park, the boat launch. So even if, worst case, fumes do get out into the air, it's all the way at the south end. So it could be a different boat yard that's closer to the neighborhood that maybe doesn't do all the same things that Rybovich does, but it's certainly not from us.
Thank you. Could I just keep going?
Just go ahead,
Thanks.
Councilwoman.
So one of the things that is of concern with regard to landscaping, I'm concerned about the pervious nature of the whole area there. What are you going to do to ensure that we don't have flooding? What are you going to do to ensure that the groundwater seeps back in where we want it to go and doesn't flood in the neighborhood?
Okay, great. Thank you for the question again through the chair. All the drainage on the property, and this is what your requirement of your city staff calls for, is there, and now it's a state law, but not a single drop of stormwater or any runoff leaves that property. Nothing gets into the intercoastal, nothing goes into the neighborhood. It's designed, and we did the same thing in West Palm Beach and half of our property right now. The areas that have already been designed capture all the stormwater and runoff. So there are no liquids, rainwater running off into the neighborhoods. Further, because we are going to have an impact at the north end of the yard, we are redoing the outfall pipe on 22nd Court and repairing that. So the flooding that's caused in the neighborhood now, I'm guessing, I'm not an engineer, but it probably has to do with that failed outfall pipe on 22nd Court. But as far as our property goes, everything is kept on site. Not a single drop leaves our property.
Thank you. This
Mr.
next
Chair, if I
question.
may.
Ms. Sermons, go ahead.
Just to expound on that, the proposed text amendment affects the minimum landscaping area only. As far as drainage and impervious to pervious cover, that does not change. And so the minimum amount of drainage or impervious area that's required by the city engineer is still intact for this property. And the city engineer did work with the applicant to ensure, or any project that would take advantage of this, they would still be responsible for meeting the maximum and minimum drainage requirements for a property.
Thank you. And by the way, I'm taking some of these questions directly from an email that I received from a constituent who happens to be here this evening. So I know that Mr. Sermons responded to these questions. So, I want to be sure people understand that we have been responsive to the questions of our constituents. We have answered some of these questions already, but I want everybody to have the same access to this information. One of the questions was that when you're doing a give back because you're getting some leeway in terms of the landscaping, and I guess the question also arose around impact fees, and perhaps Mr. Sermons can answer this more appropriately. Why doesn't that fee go to the neighborhood? Why doesn't the fee that we acquire as a result of impact fees or some money that we've taken in, because why doesn't that go directly to that neighborhood? Why does it have to go for the entire community, Mr. Sermons, if I may?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to impact fees, any impact fees associated with any project or development is a subject to discussions with this board and an appropriation process that you would go through. So I don't think it's germane to speak about the impact fees at this particular moment. However, impact fees in and of itself is intended to be collected to mitigate what the impact is said from said development. So any impact fee, and I think it's prescribed by statute, any impact fee has to be utilized in the area that is impacted. So whether it's a project in an adjacent neighborhood or across the street or what have you, those monies have to be utilized in a certain fashion. But I don't think it's germane to the conversation that the board is having this evening concerning the items that are before you. But that is a subject of discussions that we can have in the event or if this project does move forward during a budget appropriation process.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
thank you.
Councilwoman Botel?
That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Council members? Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I just want to kind of circle back to the concerns about the smell and if Chief Durden, where did that come from? Kurt. Chief Kurt could come up, because I know that has been quite a bit of concerns that have come from that. And I know Mr. Pinsky just mentioned about there's possibly another business that's in that area. So I'm just trying to find out, do we know for a fact that it's coming from this specific location, or is it possible that it's coming from either of those locations or other businesses that are in that area?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Welcome, Chief Kurt.
Thank you for having me. John Kurd, Fire Chief, Riviera Beach Fire Rescue, Mayor, Manager, Chair. We've been out and around this property for some period of time.
Excuse me, can we please, the noise in the audience does carry to the front, so for us to be able to hear the speakers, please, if you can, keep it down there. Chief, thank you.
Yes. So we've been in and around this area extensively over the last 6 months to a year. And while there have been calls that have been unfounded, I was out there personally earlier this week, and at one point I could smell what was a distinct odor. What it was, where exactly it was coming from was unknown. With the wind coming from that direction, I don't know if we're talking about Cracker Boy, Vikings. So at the time, we really couldn't put a finger on where is this coming from. We went out to the property the next day with the DEP inspector. We walked the property with the inspector. There was nothing that the DEP saw or that we saw that was in violation. When we did talk about the odor, the gentleman from the DEP expressed to us that there was a potential, and this was speaking with individuals that were also working there on the property, that a propeller was being painted. And if a roll-on application is being used, containment is not required. Containment comes into effect when they're spraying, when they're sanding, and doing other types of work. So there was a potential that that was the source, because it was literally right outside the gate where I was standing. So I would make an assumption based on what I saw, the rolling of the paint onto that propeller is what I smelt, and it was confirmed by the DEP that that was well within the scope of the work that they were doing and the regulations.
Ms. Miller Anderson?
Thank you, and that's it.
That's it?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Chief Curry, I'm confused. Cracker Boys in the 1100 block of Avenue C, that's immediately to our south. I mean, certainly you're not talking about this Cracker Boy, right?
Absolutely. I've worked in this city long enough where when the cruise ship comes in, I could smell the exhaust from the cruise ship on Blue Heron and Broadway at the corner. So when odors are in the air and you have a 15 or 20 mile an hour wind, it's really difficult to gauge where exactly it's coming from.
Okay, but that's over a half a mile away. I mean, there's several other businesses between this.
There are several other, and I'm not saying it's them. There's Viking, there's our marina, there's 10 between here and there, but that's to express the span of area that we would be looking at in a 15 mile an hour south-southeasterly wind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Board members? Mr. Pinsky, Councilwoman, Pro Temp, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that, you stated earlier that there were some of the issues or some concerns about the project that the city had. and they were resolved. So specifically, what were some of those issues that were resolved?
You're asking to Mr. Sermons,
To the applicant.
the applicant. Mr. Pinsky?
Sure, Councilwoman Lanier, thank you for the question. The site plan went through several iterations, and that included the buffer on the landscaping, what we were proposing originally on Broadway. There was traffic issues. I could probably ask Mike Spruce with Kimley Horn all of the versions of work product that were produced. But when it was first presented over a year and a half ago, a year and several months ago, the project has gone through several iterations to where we are today. But if you want to enumerate specifically, but they were of all the items on the site plan, and included the pervious, included the requirement for putting trees within the boatyard itself, which is what the text amendment is taking care of. So there were a number of items that had to be addressed. I don't think it would be a misstatement to say Mr. Sermons was less than thrilled when he first saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Pinsky. Pro Temp?
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Pinsky, just a few quick questions. You mentioned that there's going to be an 8-foot wall. Could you bring up the rendering where that is? I know that we're not talking about the site plan, but that does fall into our zoning discussion. Okay, and
That's a wall.
And what road are you on now?
That's 22nd Court.
22nd. And that's abutting the residence. If you can go back one slide, which actually showed that you had the passive use on the parcel. That was 1 or 2 slides back.
Yeah, and so this wall, the requirement, we're putting in mature trees in front of that, and we're putting in an extra row of buffer as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Right there, yeah.
So this area now, as we used to have some of those like pods units that you see. And because this area still is under the old zoning designation, the neighborhood folks did complain. Your city manager asked us to remove them, which we did. So that's why there's nothing on that property now, but they will go back because then the zoning designation will allow us to put storage there. So we could do other things, but we have already committed to, and the general manager, Eric Rusk, is here if he certainly address it, but we're going to be using this area for passive use, storage for all the equipment that comes in. So when these vessels are here for 3, 4, 5 months out of a year, and they're getting retrofitted or worked on, everything comes out of them and they have to put it somewhere. The same way if you were fixing up your house, you'd want a storage unit to put everything in, and that's what this is going to be for. So again, the whole yard is a 9 to 5 yard, so there's not going to be any use there anyway after 5 o'clock, but that's going to be a storage area.
And on that same map, where's the parking garage? I see it's going to be adjacent. Okay, so there'll be.
This is a future. This is not phase 1 or phase 2. This is a future, and we have to have it on the site plan. Again, your city planning department, when you submit a site plan to the city, you can't come back later and say, you know what, we changed our mind, we want to add something. You did one tonight, as a matter of fact. So when you submit a site plan, you have to put everything on the site plan that you could possibly envision. And so you know what you might have there. Quite frankly, the parking garage depending on what happens on Broadway, if you do have a good retail activation. And actually, when I heard the comment, where will these people park? That was the parking garage idea, that if there is retail, that is public parking. That is not exclusive parking. But whether that parking garage gets built or not, we're years away, even if it does get built, and it may not get built. But if we do not show it and we do not declare it, it will be a nightmare coming back to you.
So that's possibly to be built, no guarantee that we'll have a parking garage.
Most likely you won't.
Okay. So so where is the parking going to be?
Right there. It'll be surface parking.
So it'll be just a surface lot?
Mhm.
Okay. How many spaces will that hold?
Mr. Spruce, do you remember?
We can come back to that. That's a site plan, so when we get to that. So I guess my concern right now with addressing the downtown core is going to be first that buffer for our residents. That's the biggest thing that I've heard from the residents is that buffer where we're going to use as passive use as stated. The 8-foot wall and what I've seen in other areas with retail abutting, with marine abutting residential is mature, very tall landscaping. Calusa hedges. I've seen tall 8, 10, 12-foot barriers just blocking out residents so that there's no view. The potential storage facilities that will be there, how tall are those projected to be that are going to go at that facility?
They should not be above the 8-foot wall.
Okay, so the 8-foot wall will be covering that. Is it possible to increase that landscaping buffer to add, even though we're doing mature trees, to have maybe a higher capacity to cover that even better? Because I just think that if we can beautify that passage right there and that no one can see in, including the tall ships that will be on the lot, that will help with that entry over there to the downtown area. So
Even though it's a site plan issue, and we do have the landscaping actually detailed on the site plan, what the type of plants and whatnot, it is heavy vegetation. So even though it's a site plan issue and we're not discussing it tonight, I can say, yes, we're certainly amenable to that.
Well, I think we gave my colleagues the latitude to discuss all the concerns. So before that, we
Sure.
get to that, and being that I've seen it multiple times in the same question, I'm going to ask the question. So I'm going to make sure that this is done before
Yes,
we.
we're
give this
certainly
vote.
amenable, absolutely.
Thank you. The next thing would be the diesel tank. I've heard about this diesel above ground tank. This is my first time seeing it, and we haven't seen the site plan yet. As you stated in your presentation, there will be no above ground tanks.
So over here,
Okay.
there are currently, I think, 2, maybe 3 small fuel tanks for diesel fuel. We don't fuel any vessels. However, we do have a travel lift, and we do run generators and equipment. They use diesel fuel. Those fuel storage of the diesel fuel is for our use only for our equipment. No boats get fueled here, no boats get fueled in the water, none of that happens. Some of the other folks over, that not us, does fuel, we do not. So there are no fuel. Whoever said there's going to be storage, 5,000, whatever, it's just not true. It's not,
Thank you.
there's none of that.
Perfect. And diesel impacts, buffers we'll discuss as we come, location of this quote-unquote diesel tank. Those were my questions. The residential retail, I know that we discussed the possible usage for that retail on the frontage of Broadway. The build-outs, what type of build-outs are we looking like completing when you actually complete that building, and what phase is that going to be done?
That's in phase 1.
Okay.
And that is retail bays. You have your new economic development director, Sarah Maxfield, who we've spoken with, and we'll continue to speak with about what you could incentivize. And then that would be an appropriate incentive to folks that have sandwich shops, coffee shops, how you incentivize them and give them some sort of tax break or something for the first couple of years to move into your city. We certainly have brand new attractive space that we would love to have tenants.
And I'm sure Sarah will be doing a phenomenal job at
I'm sure she
assisting
will.
that. That downtown core, Mr. Sermons, that we're addressing, downtown core and downtown marine. We had a speaker earlier that asked D's T-shirts. I believe it's currently listed as downtown core, and we're going to be keeping it as such in that area, which is abutting Broadway.
That's
Because
correct.
we're not changing anything on that Broadway corridor.
That's correct.
All right, so his business won't be affected by that, just to answer that question. And then also what will be attracting with possibly bringing in the retail and restaurants. I think those are all my questions. Board members? Council?
Chair,
Pro Temp, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to ask the question, which is about the jobs. When you talk about this development, you talk about how much this project is. What is it that you're going to do with the city to be able to provide jobs to our residents?
Mr. Pinsky?
Again, thank you, Councilwoman Linear, through the chair. This is a more of a nexus with road abandonment. We're not there yet, but do you want me to?
If you can touch on it, I know we're going to
I just won't touch on it. I'm gonna tell you some good stuff.
We want to hear it all, so we have no
Okay.
problem. We're here to address this item.
Okay.
Board, if we we're not opposed to that?
Yeah. I mean,
Would you like us to go to a vote, sir?
But we have specifically, that won't even be a conversation until we arrive to the second reading.
Correct.
So, given the time, we're already into public comments, which we're gonna have to pause to do that. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna be relevant to the zoning change that we have before us.
I would probably take into consideration, and I'm not going to speak for my colleague, but that was one of my questions that I was holding off on, because I would agree with my colleague, but I do want to make sure that's taken into consideration before we do anything. So at the time that we do discuss this, any action that's taken, I want to make sure that's priority number one.
Well, you could wait until the fourth item comes up, which is the road abandonment tonight, because you are giving up 21st Street and part of a small portion of Avenue C. So this nexus to what this slide is about and the jobs is, what are you going to do with that land? And so as the road abandonment, we're telling you, we're going to turn that abandoned roadways into jobs. So I can, without talking about, the benefits, get to this slide if you want to wait till road abandonment.
Pro Temp, would you be comfortable with us moving forward with with the ordinance changes, the first three, before we go into that?
Yeah, but I want to hear it before they,
Before which item, Pro Temp?
no, before the presentation for the entire, project is done.
For the road abandonment, got it.
Right.
Okay, perfect. So we will go forward with these first three, and then we'll talk about the job opportunities when we get to the road abandonments. Okay. Board, any additional questions? Clarify.
What
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
This particular vote is for.
The downtown Marine District and downtown core, creating that small portion. This is ordinance 4231 is what we're voting on first. And then we still have public comments for B and C. But we're on A right now. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Sermons, let's talk about the quantifying of small and large. Apparently, this is something that has just occurred because none of the ordinances that we've ever seen before when it comes to zoning changes have ever quantified what type of zoning it is. So can you explain to me why we have this before us? Because that really, I think, is completely unnecessary, considering that we have no precedent, we have no resolutions or no ordinances that establish what that threshold between small and large is. Because, I mean, Mr. Chair.
Please, go ahead, Councilman.
Considering, and Mr. Sermons, I'm saying this just for understanding purposes, all things are relative. I mean, your small is not my small. So where did this even arrive from that we use this?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
Are you referring to the last sentence of the header of this item when you say small?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that is a indication of the amount of acreage in comparison to the total area being rezoned. But if there is issues with that type of terminology referring to scale, staff can be mindful of that with future headers.
Thank you, because there's no objective legend that we can rely on or refer back to when you say small, because, I think I've seen that also in the future land use perhaps. But, I just want to be consistent because, it's almost like you come into these agenda items and it's almost like a sneak attack. You see something that you've never seen before and it's like, there's no basis in our code for it. There's no basis in the comprehensive plan. And it's just like, it just shows up a small scale. And I'm like, well, what the heck does a small scale mean? And what's a large scale? And how do we differentiate or distinguish between the two?
Mr. Chair, if I may, as far as the future land use change in that header, there is actual definitions and a terminology behind that. Small scale is something that can be done at the city level administratively. A large scale, a future land use map amendment would need to go to the state for higher level review before it can be approved. So in that header for B, it is appropriate to distinguish between large scale and small scale. But again, it is noted for item A that there's a preference not to utilize such terminology.
Councilman?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we have no further discussion, Madam Clerk, we are going to be voting on 9A, Ordinance 4231. Immediately following this, we'll be going into public comments, general public comment. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mel Anderson? I didn't hear you, ma'am.
No?
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, 3-2, with Miller Anderson and McCoy dissenting.
Madam Clerk? General public comments, how many cards do we have?
Currently, we have 15 public comment cards on general public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Give me one moment to read the statement for general public comment. And residents, if you have a public comment card, it's your last chance to put them in. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately following the item is concluded. Please be reminded the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any rules are not adhered to, the city council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building, if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Constant Pardo?
We'll be calling the name, sir.
Is there a
Ms. Pardo?
Constance?
Constance?
Bishop James Howard?
Welcome, Mr. Howard.
House to council. Mayor, city manager. I'm just going to be brief because what I wanted you to do was to read the packages that I prepared for the council so that they would know. I don't like to sideswipe no one. I want everybody to be aware of what we're trying to accomplish in the city. This comes from a think tank from our young people. And what we was concerned about, how can we partner with the city on things that we see that needs to be done? And we was asking and hoping that maybe we can get on an agenda because it's bigger than what you see. And 3 minutes won't do it justice. So we're asking the council to take a look at the package, which I'm going to give one to the mayor. I'm going to give one to the city manager. And I want you to take a look at it because a lot of the pastors that I have spoken with that are not here tonight, we wanted to come back and present the whole package to the city of Riviera Beach before we take it to other cities. I feel like it's treason that we don't take care of home first. So therefore, I'm asking the council to give us a date and a time that we can come back and have a full impact on what we're trying to accomplish in this city. I'm hearing a lot of things in regards to redevelopment and code and stuff, but if we don't take care of home, none of this matters. So we have to address our own problems inside of our own homes before it's too late. That's why it's called Project Moses. In order to have a project like Moses, you have to have a situation and circumstances in the city that has not been addressed. So therefore, I will ask the council to allow us that time where I can continue to bring some of my own constituents in. Other pastors have this same concern, but I don't want to take it to no other city because this is where I live. And I believe this is a beautiful city and I'm not going to give up on it. But like I said, charity begins at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Howard.
Mr. Lloyd Brown, Ms. Lisa Wilcox.
Welcome, Mr. Lloyd Brown.
How y'all doing, council and everybody, even the people in here? You know, I be hearing y'all talk about development. And then when they were talking about this development, the guy was talking about it, you know, at first I said, I bet I don't hear nobody say anything about a job. And then when the lady said, this council lady said about a job, I'm saying, damn, ain't nobody else up there thought about that first? And then the people who live in the neighborhood around these places, if they don't want it, I mean, those are the voters. They're not just, I mean, we don't put you in there like you're a football coach and everything that you say we have to go by. We put you in there because we make the rules and we want you to do. And then you know what? I ride around the neighborhood all the time. And then they tell me, we doing pretty good in Riviera Beach. Every house I see getting built is built by an immigrant that doesn't pay taxes here. He doesn't go to a church here. And some churches have them cutting their lawns. Then you got people who move in my neighborhood and they look around and say, I'm gonna put up a privacy fence. You know the only thing I see with a privacy fence? That's a neighborhood buster. You never heard of the Ghostbusters? Privacy fence or neighborhood busters? Because I used to go look down and you could see through everybody's yard. But back to these jobs. Everything you bring here haven't improved anything with people I know. And then I'm saying, you get up here and you use these big words that nobody really understands, and you probably don't either, but you use them because you done heard somebody else use them, and you think that makes a big difference. I mean, you're talking loud and you're saying nothing, but you're doing a lot of wrong. Honestly, you are. I mean, Riviera Beach is really, I don't want to use that F word, but it really is. I mean, when the other people got out, we thought we were going to get some improvement. We got sham. We got totally sham. All those things y'all guaranteed we were going to get over there, you forgot. You know, and then I'm going to say something before I go. Rock Callaway Amphitheater, you've been cutting it and improving it all these many years. Ain't nothing going on over there, but you're going to put 63, whatever it is, in it to redo it, and you don't even use it. It was used once. Goodmark Park went there. That's when Ms. Botel went over there. Goodmark Park went there one time to do something. In the last 15 years, I don't think that park even was used. I mean, it's always closed, and they cut the grass. So you cutting the grass, that's what, $30,000 a year to get the people to cut the grass. Now you're going to put 63 in there to do what? You got spider webs all throughout that place. You don't do nothing over there.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Lisa Wilcox, Mr. Michael Mahoney, and Ms. David Biondo. Mr.
Wilcox?
David Biondo.
Ms. Lisa Wilcox. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Michael Mahoney.
Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you again. Mike Mahoney. It was funny, I heard Mr. Pinsky mention something about, and the fire chief. mentioned something about fumes and where this was coming from, where that was coming from. And it just kills me because the last 20 years, I've been complaining to the city about the fumes. And it's not coming from anybody else that I know of, except the guy next door to me. And everybody in the city's known about it. Fire chief, I don't know how many fire chiefs. Last 20 years, I've been sending letters, photographs, videos, whatever you want. I've called Department of Health, Department of Environmental Protection, fumes, smoke, noise, runoff to this day, still going out in the street. And the only reason I haven't been calling any of you guys anymore is because the boathouse sold his property. So I'm assured, I'm thinking that they're going to clean it up. So I'm thanking God that something's going to change here, because I've been sending letters, like I said, everyone in the city for the last 20 years. And you've depended on Department of Health. And when they come out, they have to see it going on. I showed them videos, pictures, and they said, well, we have to see it going on. Well, things have gotten better over the years. Last couple of years, I haven't been saying anything because things have cleaned up. But, for the last 18 years before that, we've been putting up with smoke and fumes, and we've had code enforcement officers, police come out. We've had code enforcement officers say, well, close your doors, Mr. Mahoney. So, I heard Mr. Penske say that, and I had to come up here and say that. So, I'm hoping you guys realize that you've got codes that you can go by, and that's one of them. You need to ensure that that doesn't happen to somebody else. And then one quick thing, behind Yamaha Boat Repair, I sent a letter to Ms. Bostic 3 weeks ago about that facility put up razor wire on his fence in the back of his property recently, and he's blocked off the alley. And this has been like that for months and months and months. So I sent a letter to Ms. Bostic because it's in the area. So I'm not out of line, I don't think, bringing this up. And I haven't received any response yet. I was made to take down barbed wire in the back of my property, 2135 Broadway, which I've had up since day one, since 2000. Nobody's ever said anything. The attorney from next door that we had some things going on with, they called the city, and the city made me take down my barbed wire because the attorney told them to take it down. So you guys need to look at that too, that barbed wire, that razor wire that's up. If he can put razor wire up, there's no reason why I can't have barbed wire. I've had it up at my property at 2135 Broadway.
Thank you for your comments,
Thanks.
Mr. Mahoney.
Mr. David Biondo, Ms. Nora Mahoney, and Dr. Philip Dukes.
Mr. Mayor, councilmen and residents of Riviera Beach. My name is David Biondo, and I'm a homeowner and resident here in Riviera Beach. As I attended council meetings, I have come to the conclusion that many of the concerns of the residents are basically or sometimes left unaddressed by the council. It's probably due to the few number of residents attending the meeting. So I have a proposal. So I'm here to announce that we're going to form a residents community coalition in which we will canvass, recruit residents in large numbers so that we can present petitions that are signed by large numbers of residents to get our concerns looked at, to take care of the problems, and to focus in pretty much on the residential area as opposed to some of the commercial stuff that seems to be going through. So I want the best for my community, that I've made an investment to move in here. And I'm asking for your help with that kind of thing. So if anybody's interested, please see me for information. And I thank you for your time.
Ms. Nora.
Sir.
Ms. Nora Mahoney, Dr. Philip Dukes, and Mr. Manny Xavier.
Welcome,
Good
Ms. Mahoney.
evening. My name is Nora Mahoney, 2120 Broadway. I'll continue where my husband already started. That company, Boat Owners Boathouse, they closed that alley. It's an alley. It's a public alley. And I know that for 20, 30 and something years, that alley was open. They placed like something over there to park the car, so they block it. And the people who are next door, they place a razor blade in their fence. And probably they say they got robbed, whatever. Well, I got robbed too. Then that's the reason I placed a barbed wire at that time. And I paid a lot of money for all the robberies I had there, and they told me that I had to take it away. Well, I hope code enforcement take attention of that we are not the only ones that got robbed. A lot of people, but if they are blocking the black in that place, in the back of where they usually park their cars, I can do the same, right? I'm talking about Main Street Plaza and 2135 Broadway. I can place a bar so people can park, I can block that area, and I can place my barbed wire back again. Let me know if I can do that. If somebody is doing it, I can do it too. So you fix the problem. The law is for everybody. The other thing is, when I started coming to the meetings in 1999, City Hall, I saw a lot of erroneous things, and that's the reason I was coming for 6 years, from 5 o'clock until 1 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully you don't have the same hours to leave today at that time. But we were working with the Treasure Coast in 2005, and we have a beautiful design. People came until 1 o'clock in the utilities department across the street from the City Hall, and they gave all the ideas how they want the city to look. You know, they want to have stores, they want to have a theater, they want to have restaurants, they want to have a place to walk. We don't have it. We spend millions of dollars. And for me, a lot of time wasted because everything changed. It's not the same design that they have at the time that we had the input to these people that were working for us. So my question is, we're going to spend more money in hiring more people to tell us what to do? So you are the representative of each district. Hopefully you talk to the people, they're already tired, they say, oh, whatever they do is gonna happen. No, it's time for you not to spend more money and to decide the very good thing for the city of Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Dr. Philip Dukes, Mr. Manny Xavier, Mr. Randy Edwards.
Dr. Philip Dukes, 181 West 18th Street, Riviera Beach, City Council, Mayor, City Manager. I said last time I was going to come up here and give you a history lesson, Black history, world history lesson every Wednesday. I'm still asking the city, I asked the city back in 2002, why we don't have a Black Culture Center. One thing about Black history, when properly taught, brings an end to a lot of racism and bigotry. You can hear me? When we deal with it. Our goal is to educate some into true sound history and move you away from miseducation. We do not believe in any cultural superiority, but we all must understand how we got world culture development. First of all, I want to tell you about a city in West Africa called Kilwa, Kilwa. The Swahili cities on the west coast of Africa ruled the trade routes from India to China 500 years before any European built a boat. 500 years. Some of your historical people who teach history move away from this. They talk about when the first Europeans came there. But when you go to the coral cities, you will see all this ancient China in their coral cities tombstones. And these Black people ruled those trade routes, these coral cities. There were no ignorant people in Africa. Like when I grew up, you know, the Tarzan thing, he gets lost in the jungle, he controls everything, even the animals. But we need to teach these children and others Black history, and that moves us away from all forms of racism. But if you check this out, you can find all this information, some of it, a man called Banzel Davidson, different but equal. And you can find a lot of it on PBS just by studying. But our system does not want to teach Black history because there's a term I use. You do not be insulted by this term. It's called niggerization. That is the dumbing down of the Black culture and presenting Black people in a negative context. So Kilwa is one of the cities. When I come back next week, I'm going to give you some more information about ancient Black history, the DNA, the archaeology, the anthropology. Remember, we're one human race. There are not many races. It's one human race, but it all starts with one culture. All right, and we got to talk about Black culture, because if I ask some people in here, where did the ancient Egyptians start? They'll start talking about some people in the Middle East. They'll start with Black people when the Sahara Desert was green, and most people don't even know that. These Black people were not superior, they just developed first. So remember Kilauea. I'm gonna give you some more information about Kilauea. If you want to support Operation Restore, you can mail us any donation at, I forgot the address. P.O. Box 10111, Riviera Beach, Florida, zip code 33419. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Dukes.
Mr. Manny Xavier, Mr. Randy Edwards, and Macy Williams.
Welcome.
Good evening again. Manny Xavier, Riviera Beach. The illustrations that were presented to us from the P&Z meetings to present, when you look at the streets, the illustrations make the streets look wider than they appear. On the illustrations, they look a lot wider than they appear. So I just think that the traffic will be a problem there. And if the 500-car garage isn't coming today, this year, or next year, when it does arrive, that will be a big issue in the area. Now, as far as the buildings that they want to construct on US 1 or Broadway, whatever you want to call it, I have no objection to that if they want to construct that. But where are the patrons of those businesses going to park? Would they be open to having them park in the section between 22nd Court and 22nd Street, behind, just west of where that storage facility is? That'll be a nice spot. After hours, they can name the times based upon city codes, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., the lot's closed. That'd be a nice area where patrons can go park for certain shops and even utilize them during the day. Ms. Mahoney here is absolutely correct. There was a lot of wasted time spent with Treasure Coast, multiple charrettes, multiple city meetings, multiple CRA meetings discussing about how we wanted the downtown district to look. And it was, some people did want the Marina Mile, but it was very, very few, very, very few. We wanted old Riviera Beach back, where there was a little bit of everything: restaurants, shops, drugstores. That's what we wanted. We do not want what's being presented to us in this case. Now, if those buildings can be used for retail, restaurants, shops, office, that's great, but the patrons need a place to park. And remember, your new City Hall complex is directly across the street from them. And then you don't want to have a nightmare looking at what's going to be on the east side and saying, oh my God, what do we do? How do we let this happen? So think about that, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Ms. Edwards, Macy Williams,
Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Attorney, and City Manager. I was just in Memphis, Tennessee, not long ago at the Civil Rights Museum, and I saw the bus Rosa Parks sat on. I understand why she sat there, but I'm here. I'm the husband of Lady Franks, employee of the City of Riviera Beach. I'm a direct assistant city manager, Jonathan Evans. I'd like to know why my wife was transferred after 23 years of working with the city after she sent an email to HR and city administration and her supervisor, Blankenship, informing them there was a city consultant that was a sex offender, and asked how to proceed from that point, and has yet to receive a response until today. And then I just want to read this into the record. Pop Warner is Longhorn, Pennsylvania. Been brought to their attention, there's ongoing discussion about a consultant with our local Pop Warner program in this
Mr. Edwards,
area.
if you could speak into the mic, please.
A Pop Warner program in this area is brought to their attention, ongoing discussion about a consultant with our program in this area. We received similar situations a number of times since we mandated background checks starting in 2003. A few of those circumstances involve former NFL players, according to the guidelines from the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Anyone with any felony conviction, much less a conviction for a crime of violence, should be barred from association with any youth serving organization. With our experience over the years, I can confirm that parents find out about these past legal issues and negative effects. Though parents react strongly by removing their child or children from the Part 1 program. According to approximately 2 months ago, another region, parents found out the spouse of a Part 1 coaches had previous conviction for a sex abuse violation. So many parents moved their children from their Part 1 association, and they had to cancel their season. It's unfortunate a previous conviction can't be ignored, but again, from a number of instances, parents are very unforgiving about certain occurrences to detriment of the Part 1 association. I sincerely hope that you factor our experience into this action locally, and I'd like to discuss it with you if you like. Sincerely, John Butler, the Executive Director of the Part 1 program. Thank you.
Macy Williams. Peter Haunda, am I pronouncing it correct? Peter? Cindy March. Macy Williams.
Is there Macy Williams here? Next name, please, Madam Clerk.
Peter Haunda.
Mr. Peter? See you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Peter, again.
Thank you again. Just want to go back on the last council meeting we had, and I brought up when Viking was proposing the parking facility in front of our beautiful marina that we spent all those millions of dollars to renovate, and was just concerned about putting structures like that to block Centennial Park. And I wasn't aware, but I guess at some point in time, some time ago, there was a company, outside company, that was brought in to kind of maybe oversee or see visions of how the city is, the growth and how it can look. City of West Palm Beach, for instance, has multiple parking lots all around the city. I'm not sure as to what point we qualify or can ask for additional parking structures. I know we're moving forward at a pretty fast pace, but I believe parking is going to be a significant issue. We have the port, we have the Margaritaville thing coming in, we have our Riviera Beach Marina. Safe Harbor is going to have an issue. All those people that go there on the weekend, that park in those 22nd to 22nd Street Court, they park in between all that area. They're going to be displaced. And I'm not sure what we're doing or there's any kind of future thought into parking facilities, large structures on Broadway, kind of a beautification of a parking lot of some type, complementing all the marinas and things we have going on, retail and stuff like that. So that's kind of where I was going. Just wanted to bring that up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peter, for your comments.
Miss Cindy March. Miss Margaret Shepherd, Mr. Fane Lozman.
Good evening, Council. I'm so overjoyed. I graduated from the first time home buyer class with 3 certificates. This is the city where I love to live, work, and play. Everything is going to be positive. What I'm saying, I don't want nobody to think I'm bashing them. But this gentleman that came up here said, get a coalition together for petitions. We don't did recalls. We don't did this. We don't did that. Your voice can be heard. The best way your voice to be heard is cast your vote at the polls. Don't allow nobody to tell you who to vote for. Learn your candidate for yourself. Get involved with your community before something happens. Always be stirred up and ready to go, which is called good trouble. I've always came up here when I needed and I felt I needed to call someone out. I call them out because these are the people I look to when I need help. I have called the office different times with different people, asking them how to go about this, how to go about that. I try to be respectful. Yes, I come up here with a lot of anger in me sometimes, but I can be the better person when I'm wrong. I will be the first to admit that I'm wrong, and I'm sorry. Mayor Felder just came in here. I want to thank you, thank you. I graduated with 3 certificates. The graduation was nice. I thank Doug Lawson, Ms. Jenkins. She has reached out to me since I graduated. I'm not going to no other city because this was my city. When I was 14 years old, I worked for Public Works, picking up trash. So my heart is embedded in this city. I want to be one day able to give back to the youth of this city because they need us. We pointing fingers just at the council people. No disrespect to you, Mr. Evans. I wasn't alone with how they fired you, but I must ask again. I would like it to be public records for your evaluations. I would like to know when your contract is up. See, because it starts from the top before you can get a bottom crew to do what they need to do. We got to stop letting these big developers come in here, tell them what we need in our city. This is our city. And if we don't stand together, whether you black, white, green, or purple, we will fall. We see it with the White House. We see it with our governor. It starts to this local level right here. In order to make a change, we got to be the change. And I'm here to help be the change. Evans, we don't think you're good for the city. We would like to get your evaluation. And when you time for you to have your contract renewed, you all need to consider it.
Thank you, Ms. March.
Ms. Margaret Shepherd, Mr. Fane Lozman, and then last but not least, Ms. Mary Brown.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Shepherd.
Welcome, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Margaret Shepherd, and I do live in the city of Riviera Beach. To my honorable mayor, Mayor Felder, and to all of you in your respectful places. I do want to say, Mr. Chair, before I go on, everywhere I go and they stop, they wanted me to convey to you, they are so happy with the way you conduct the meetings. I just want to let you know that, and I forget every time. But I'm here today not to talk too much about Rybovich, but sitting on planning and zoning, I think I'm the oldest one. There are some serious allegations that was made against us. They said that we were in bed with the lawyers. I didn't even know who the lawyers were. They said that we took sides, we allowed them to talk, but when they got up, that we didn't allow them to get the answers. If you come to the city council meetings, if you come to planning and zoning meetings, if you come to meetings of the city, you will know how the city is ran by the council and by planning and zoning. We have a code we have to stand by. And the one thing I don't do, I do not collaborate with no one. Whatever go on, I know nothing till I get that package in my hand. I go by the code. I go by the comprehensive plan. I'm not friends with no one. I don't need your support. I know Mary Brown stood up here one evening and she said that I took a kickback from you, Mr. Lawson. And I want to know, when did this kickback happen? Because anybody know me, I don't play those games. My parents, my dad from the island of the Bahamas, he was a very strict black man. He said, you get what you work for. So I'm here when the applicant come, I listen to the application. They're paying large fees that come to the city for their plan. My job as a volunteer is to listen. We get first crack at whatever's going on. That don't mean that the council have to go along with us. At any time, they can say no. So when you're coming here making these allegations, some of them don't even know who the council persons are. I said, well, who did you vote for? Vote? Me vote? Well, how in the heck you could come up here and start talking and you don't vote? It shows a lack of substance. If you have a fight, and Long Pine showed you, they came here and they fought, and it was overturned. But do not come here and make allegations that we're in bed with these developers, which I don't even know them. Some of them I've never met. Some of them been here dozens of times. I could tell you their name. In bed with them? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shepherd.
Mr. Fane Lozman, and Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Constance was absent when we called. He was out front, so he's back. And then I have another card from Ms. Parker. She has checked off two, consent, not consent, 9B, and then also public comments.
Were the cards submitted before we
Yes.
closed it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Lozman, please.
Payne Lozman, where is the police chief or assistant police chief tonight? Department heads should be present at all meetings. That's typical, the way this city has always worked. I've had a problem with Coleman. And I'm going to tell you what the problem is. I filed a complaint a few months ago that the city charter had the police chief selected by the city council. And back in 1985, there was a dispute among a council member that over his choice of the city council, they decided to change the charter by ordinance. As you all know, having been up there a long time, you can't change the charter by ordinance. It has to go to a vote of the electorate. That never happened. So I filed a lawsuit saying I wanted that the ordinance is void ab initio, as it never happened because he didn't follow state law to change the charter. Well, that got back to Coleman. I don't think he's happy about that because I think I'll get the relief I want, where until that goes to a vote of the electorate, the city manager cannot choose the police chief. Only the 5 council members can. And that makes a lot of sense because it's one of the key positions in the city. It should be chosen by the city council and not Evans. And what Evans has done is Evans has weaponized the police against me. So now Coleman is playing politics and refusing to provide me the police services that any resident in this city expects. And forget that I own 51 acres in Singer Island. I expect to be treated professionally by the police. I have been threatened by the police. I've been intimidated by the police. The police have engaged in misconduct, and Coleman says, well, it's okay, because I think the city manager is corrupt for putting $190,000 in his pocket when he came back to the city and for paying himself $200,000 for the pandemic without the authority of the councils. I have my own issues with him, but he cannot micromanage the police chief, which he does, to target me. Okay, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to be intimidated by Evans, by Coleman, or by some of these Summers. That's just not going to happen. And what's interesting is that really didn't happen when Williams was around, and it didn't happen with Osgood, and it didn't happen with the white guy, I can't think of his name, Lewis. Those guys were not intimidated by the city manager, but this new guy is. And that's just not going to cut it. My property continues to be vandalized. My floating home's been vandalized. I will be taking my floating home motel and moving it back up to the beach and tying it to a tree. And if you send the cops over without a warrant from a federal judge, you are breaking the law.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lozman.
Ms. Mary Bram, Mr. Constance.
Good evening, board. Ms. Mary Bram. First of all, I'm going to say something, and I want records and stuff pulled. I have never stood here and said anything pertaining to Chairperson Lawson. You did say that. Ms. Shepherd is a big-time
Excuse me,
liar.
residents,
She's
excuse
a
me.
big-time liar.
Residents, excuse me,
I have never called.
excuse me,
Lawson
where are
name
officers?
in
Residents,
this
Ms. Shepherd,
meeting.
Ms. Bram, please. Okay.
I have never stood here. I have
Ms.
sat
Shepherd,
on
Ms.
various boards.
Okay,
in the county.
residents, all right, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna take a 2-minute recess.
I am the only black in Palm Beach County that sat on the Voters Coalition that put Mary McCarthy Warren Newer in prison.
Give him Miss Evans. He got $1 million.
Residents, hello, hello, hello,
And he could, hey,
hello, all residents? Excuse me, all residents, we'll be calling this meeting back to order. If we do have any additional disruptions tonight, we will be asking you to leave the room and have you escorted out. So we'll be calling this meeting back to order now. W2. Calling the meeting to order. We left off with Miss Mary Bram. Walter, if you can bring her back to the podium with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Thank you. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Ms. Brown.
It's Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. For the general public, Ms. Bram always take the high road. So as the residents, me speaking, and if I said something, Ms. Bram said, please do accept that. Can you hear me? I can't touch it. They don't want me to touch it. I'm going to say something here because apparently the fly is on the wall here. And this is in reference to our parks and recreational department and any other department that is having malfunctions and dysfunctions and something is out of order. I'm going to speak in reference to the young man, Abe Elam. We knew about this up 10 years. And there's nothing in that file there that say that he perpetrated that. And he went off to college to Notre Dame. And we are very proud because that's what we do. We have all had hiccups along the way. Mike Tyson, late Kobe Bryant, Presidents George Bush, Bill Clinton. You as a board have had hiccups, but yet and still you rose above the occasion to prove that you could lead and you are worthy. And this is who we are here. Nothing. That's why we supported him back there then, and we support him right today. So that he can encourage the young people that go off to college. Sometimes you can get yourself off course and get thrown into something that will cost you your livelihood. But he rose above that, just like others that Ms. Bram knows that has risen above the adversities that they have encountered. So as residents and as a board, let us each examine ourselves and say, where have we fallen short? Because we all have fallen short. We all have had hiccups. And we all can rise and continue to do good. These famous and not so famous people, what did they do? They proved to us that they still can rise and they still can make a difference. That's who we are, because that's who Ms. Bram is. I don't come to be disruptive. I come to build some bridges. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk.
we have a Miss Mary Williams that would like to speak. I was pronouncing her name as Macy Williams, and she came up and corrected and said her name was Mary. And
Oh, we called her earlier, absolutely. Please, Ms. Macy.
Miss Mary.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mary Williams, welcome to the podium.
Good evening, City Council. Rumors is going around about the city of Riviera Beach hired a registered sex offender to be around my grandchildren. The city do not background check. Whoever hired this person needs to be fired. My grandchildren will not attend the City of Riviera Beach Recreation Program. I'm going to send them to Palm Beach Gardens. They can do better things. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, ma'am.
Mr. Constance?
Welcome,
Hello.
Ms. Constance.
Thank you so much for your time. I have properties on East 22nd Court, 2 homes on East 22nd Court, and 1 home on East 23rd Street. I'm really concerned on what's going on with East 22nd Court. I mean, who really wants an 8-foot wall in their front yard? My houses are gonna be facing the construction or the boat dock area. And do you really want an 8-foot wall in front of your yard? Absolutely not. I truly believe that will bring down property values. And also, I have 6-year-old twins. And one of the properties is a lot, and my dream was to build them a 2-3-story home there. The town allows you to go up 3 stories. Now, say I go up 3 stories and I make my daughter Holly a bedroom. Her view is gonna be over the 8-foot wall. It's just gonna be horrible. This is not a good idea. I'm worried about the air quality. But most of all, I'm worried about future. You know, I knocked a house down in Riviera Beach because the town wanted me to do certain things to it. I didn't have the money, and so I knocked it down until I had the money to build something. And like I said, if I go up 2-story, or even say one day I want to go up 3-story, what am I going to be looking at here? An 8-foot wall? Over the 8-foot wall, I'm going to look at the garbage from the yachts that they're going to put literally 20 feet away from my home. I don't know. I wish you guys would reconsider that. And it's just not enough buffer. It's just not enough buffer. And I'm not sure if many of the residents know, but you can build up 3 stories there as residential. 1 residential, can't have 2 in 1 lot. So, but what's the view gonna be? An 8-foot wall, and then over the 8-foot wall, I'm gonna look at what? People walking around with masks, sand and chemicals coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Paige Parker?
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I wasn't going to use my public comment time going back to the Rybovich expansion, but I'm going to, just because I wasn't expecting the comments in the presentation, whatever it was called, from Rybovich tonight. So I think there was a couple of key points that they raised that I would just like to make a comment on. So just to touch on a few things that were brought up, the very first comment was made that they are not asking anything. They are asking a lot. Just these changes in the proposals of the land use, expanding the working waterfront, that is an ask of us. They make it seem like they're not asking anything of us. They're asking a lot. Our safety, our future, our children's future, pollution, traffic, crime. They are asking a lot. So for them to say they're not asking anything, that's just not true. They are asking a lot of us, all of us, not just Lakeview Park, the entire city. This impacts the entire city. Think about the bottleneck of the traffic when their yard in this big garage lets out. And they say, oh, well, we're not going to build a garage. How do we know that? These managers might not even be here during phase 3 or whenever. Y'all might not be here. Someone else might own the property at that time. But if it's in and it's approved, we're going to have to assume that it is going to happen. So think about the bottlenecks. Think about all the traffic on Broadway. That doesn't just affect Lakeview Park, it affects everyone. Think about the people trying to get to Singer Island back and forth to go to the beach, go to work, go home. All that traffic right there on Broadway, people trying to get out to Blue Heron 95, all that congestion right there. That's going to be a huge impact on the entire city. Another ask. So the other things, just all over the place here a little bit, because they brought up so many things that I wasn't really expecting to hear about tonight in their presentation. About the fire department coming out yesterday. That's wonderful. They knew they were coming out. There was a big meeting tonight. We had our meeting last night. So I would assume, yes, that they were prepared for them to come out, for the fire department to come out. And they kept saying what they saw. I would like to see some data presented on what chemicals exactly that they are using, when, where, and for what purpose. So we can see tangibly some reports of what chemicals are being used and studies on these chemicals. And then just in closing, real quick,
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Walls, think about Northwood, Lake
Thank you
Park,
for your comments, ma'am.
and P&Z
Thank you for your comments.
just going through
Ma'am,
with a
that-
unanimous
We're trying to give our
You saw
time to
your
every resident
P&Z
within 3.
board member here.
All right, residents, please understand. Let's have a respect and decorum for our meetings in regards to the time that's allowed and the engagement with other residents. We are not going to tolerate that moving forward, so you will be asked to leave this meeting. Madam Clerk, any other comments?
No, that's it, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, we are currently on we're moving on to the next item, Madam Clerk,
Yes, 9B.
9B. I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, that's where I was going. Mr. Evans, do you want to address any of the comments from the public, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, very briefly with respect to the comment concerning the code compliance item that was provided to Ms. Bostic, I will get with Director Sermons and find out the status on that particular matter. And then concerning the structured parking structures, yes, it is contemplated that there would be some structured parking that will be provided in the Broadway corridor, first and most notably at the Marina Village, also at the City Hall campus, and then 1851, which is the Miami Subs parcel that's intended to have a structured parking on whatever facility is constructed there. So there is plans to be able to activate some parking in the Broadway corridor because we know that there's a lot of economic redevelopment that's going to occur. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk?
Item 9B, ordinance number 4232, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a small-scale future land use, FLU, map amendment to the City of Riviera Beach Comprehensive Plan Approval and Application, LU-23-0001, from Safe Harbor Marinas, requesting a land use designation from downtown mixed use, DMU, to a land use designation of working waterfront, WW, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards for item 9B are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Move ordinance number 4232.
Motion been made
Second.
and properly second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Sermons?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. Staff does not have an additional presentation for this item. However, I am available for any questions.
Okay, let's go into public comments before we go into questions from the board. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 10 public comments. Constance, Mr. Constance, are you coming back?
Constance? Next, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Michael Mahoney?
Mahoney?
Good evening again. I passed out some information that I thought would be useful for you guys to look at when you got time. It involves the municipal codes, particularly mentioning street design standards for the community redevelopment area. So that's kind of my concern. You know, under these 4 or 5 pages, it gives you a lot of information. It gives you the general street design standards on new streets and reconstruction of streets, which we're going to have, mainly where I'm at, which I'm concerned is a parking, so it does allow for that. Sidewalks shall be installed on both sides of the street, which I did discuss with some people about that. It says also on-street parking shall be installed whenever possible when downtown core and neighborhood mixed-use districts to support business and vehicular traffic, to protect pedestrians. I know that's been talked about. Also, in that information that I gave you, it does have some street types maps that you've seen or that you can look at if you don't mind. Also, in section 31-540, redevelopment design areas, it goes into zoning districts. It says future streets and alleys, gives you some good information about that. And then at the bottom, it says establishes important links to expand an existing street network, which I think we're concerned about. And then number 4, under that, it says ensures parking is located in the rear of any new buildings, which I think we can understand that. Also, let me see, I got some more information here in the back. Also on page 3, under streets designs again, they're talking about coordinating with development standards and private development in the code. And at the bottom of it, it says to make sure that development director in consultation with the city engineers and adjoining property owners. So, you know, that's kind of always been our thing with the city, is that you include us with discussions on this. So, you know, anything you guys can do to help us with the parking, because that seems like the biggest thing here. And any streets or buildings that are rebuilt. I did notice that the new buildings on US 1 didn't have on-street parking. And looking in this code, it calls for any new buildings with a 15-foot setback allowing on-street parking along Broadway. So this is what we've been fighting for the last 15 years. So I want to make sure that you guys look at this stuff that we gave you. It's got some good stuff in it. So it's the first night I've looked at it, so please look at it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Ms. Nora Mahoney, followed by Mr. Travis Bethea.
Welcome, Ms. Mahoney.
Yes, good evening again. Nora Mahoney, 2120 Broadway. When you say that you want to change the downtown marine to, downtown mixed use to a working waterfront, you know, since I moved in 2000, a lot of the businesses that belong to the downtown marine, it looks like it, they leave at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So the whole place is like a ghost town. I'm talking about, like, it looks like a cemetery. Everybody flies, everybody do whatever they want with the speed in US 1. So the other thing is that you change to that, they have any benefits for that? Any other businesses that they would like to move here to Riviera Beach? Start a new business like a restaurant, cafes? They're talking about they want to build something in their own property. What about individual? You know, somebody who is a sole proprietorship, who wants to start a business. Can they do the same if you're taking the downtown core to the downtown mixed use? Because we need that. We need people to walk in the streets. We need a bakery that we can go probably after 8 o'clock at night. Sometimes I work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And the only thing that I can do is take my car and go home. Everything is closed. Of course, you have a tiki, but I don't drink. So I go and have my pastries. Anyway, You're gonna be able to build a downtown area and you're gonna have a new city hall. It can be more inviting, not to change that, not to protect everything like a big bulk and give it to the marine industry, like where is that? The working waterfront, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, goodbye, I'm going home. You want people from the city to also enjoy the downtown, people to come after work, come with the children, and have some ice cream, have a little cafe that everybody can gather. You need that. Everybody at 4 or 5, they're gone. 6, 7 people, sometimes they go to another places. We have West Palm Beach. They are going to Lake Park now because they have something as an entertainment, or they go to Palm Beach Gardens. So think about these first before you do that. And also, talking about the parking, we need parking for the handicap. There are some people that cannot walk like 2 miles or two streets to come to my place. So think about the handicap parking. Think about the entertainment we can make. Otherwise, we buy the working waterfront and we bring the casinos. How do you like that? They're going to be fine to each other. At least we have some fun in the nighttime.
Thank you
Well,
for your
think
comments,
about
Ms.
it.
Mahoney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Travis Bethea, Manny Xavier, and William Julius.
Welcome, Mr. Travis.
Welcome back. Thank you. So, Mr. McCoy, you had a question about this. You said, what is this small scale development that we didn't see before or something? So it's kind of confusing. Like, is this like a loophole for them to be able to just slide something through where you're talking, oh, there's a large scale, there's a small scale? And he brought up a question sounding like this is something brand new that you're trying to pass. Why would you guys be changing something like that? Let's talk about the zoning. So before you guys vote, I asked someone to bring back the existing zoning map of what that area looks like right now. Because when I moved here 19 years ago, I used to walk all the way down Avenue C to 20th Street, and it was all houses. But on that zoning map, it doesn't show any residential zoning right now. So Rybovich's original footprint was over there, and I could go down 20th Street, past a church, to more houses, and it was a full neighborhood. So when they talk about empty lots, is homes they tore down to make these vacant spaces open for years. And look at that original zoning map. They've already changed the zoning once. There was already an agreement saying, look at this working waterfront. We're going to give you more space to expand to. And then there's all the downtown core around it. But now they want more. We want working waterfront all the way up, maxed out as much as we can. How much are we going to give? The chief fire said they did smell something, okay? And what, the inspector came out 24 hours later? Okay, that makes sense. But if everyone says we don't know where the smell is coming from, why are we adding more boatyards if there's more pollutants in the air that we can't even detect where it's coming from? That's the real question. So now we're going to add more confusion? We need the bigger buffer. An 8-foot wall with a little 2 rows of trees is not cutting it. That wall should be on the backside of that property. There should be 4 rows of large trees there, creating a buffer and a good-looking scape, not just the minimum that we're trying to pass through. I don't care if you have 1 palm tree 30 feet tall. We want rows of trees creating a full barrier to separate everything. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Mr. Manny Xavier, Mr. William Julius, and then Mr. Peter.
Welcome, sir.
Manny Xavier, Riviera Beach. Welcome again. Thank you for listening to us. I'm always going to hone back on traffic. And since we're talking about changing zoning, and what their statements is that on a certain lot, they're just going to use it for storage. There's not going to be any kind of marine work done. If that's the case, why does the zoning have to be changed if it's mixed use? Could that storage facility not be guised or operated underneath the current mixed use with residential and commercial? That's one of the questions that I have. Also, if Mr. Pinsky can elaborate more on the parking for the buildings there, and the time that the parking will be available, how many parking spaces. I greatly appreciate that because I have the vision of Riviera Beach of the way that the residents discussed it 20 years ago for the future. And we're in the future now, and I'd like to see it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you for comment, sir.
Mr. William Julius, Mr. Peter, and then Miss Julie Logston.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, William Julius, 248 East 24th Street. I've been a proud member of this community since '09. And I asked a question of Clarence Sermons earlier, way earlier, if he remembered a meeting between myself, him, and Anna Vergne. And he assured us that none of these things were going to happen. And they have happened, and that they were approved. And I was here at the at the meeting, this council meeting 2 weeks ago, and 30 minutes into the meeting, we discussed that the whole thing was completely canceled. So we had a bunch of people here from the community. I'm telling you, we all show up for all these meetings. I've been showing up for years. I've not missed, even with a broken foot, I do not miss a meeting because it's so important to this community as to what's going on here. I mean, what they want to do is blatant. Regurgitation of our community. And I moved here buying into this community. I've got multiple properties here. I live here, and I love being here. I respect all of you, and I don't like what's going on. So that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Peter, and then Miss Julie Logston, and Mr. Lloyd Brown.
I believe Mr. Peter, Miss Julie stepped out. Mr. Lloyd Brown, please. If you can, come to the mic, ma'am, if you're going to speak. Welcome again, Miss Julie.
Thank you. When I came up previously, I mentioned that I was combining my comments for A and B because they were both with regard to zoning. So you don't have to listen to me till C now.
Thank you, Ms. Julie.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Lloyd Brown?
How you doing again? You know, I used to go over there where these people are talking about they want to put this, and then let me tell you, I've been here since 1954. And let me tell you, the city was much, much different. When you seen jobs done, I'm seeing, okay, whatever they're gonna do over there, how many people are they gonna hire out of that community? or how is that gonna make that community better? I mean, just to put it there so they can't see it, that means that it's okay. But I mean, you don't bring nothing that really benefits us, because I don't know too many black people that own boats, and the ones I know that own boats, they sitting in the yard, they won't even run. And I don't know too many people over here that's over there that own these yachts. So you letting people come in, just like you let them tear the boats up on 15th Street, you let people come in, all they gotta say is, you know what, you wanna do something shitty, just come right to Riviera Beach. You put in that cash, you do what you wanna do. I don't know where the cash going, but I know it ain't going back to the citizens. And then I heard this lady up here say this, and I gotta say this. She said, if you don't vote, you don't have the right. Okay, well, don't charge me property taxes. Don't charge me when I go in the stores taxes then. I mean, I live here and I pay taxes, so I just want to get her right about that don't vote. I heard it before. My neighbor, he died. He never voted. He said he don't see nobody to vote in. So I'm going to get back to what I'm talking about. Okay, Riviera Beach was a nice place. I mean, honestly, it was. I mean, why would you bring in developments unless you know that you plan on going past Broadway all the way over there where these black people live? And then you're going to take and build things on Broadway because you know you're going to take all them trailer courts out. That's planned. And somebody got to be getting paid, because if you ain't getting paid from these people, then you a fool, because you letting them come in and make all this money and the city people ain't getting shit. And that's bad. And then for y'all to be up here, honestly, like I say, one white lady and all these black dudes up here and the girl, and we got the fucking short end of the damn stick. You know, when you pull straws, they got all of them short and they hand it to us over there on the other side of the track. And so we lose all the time. I mean, you putting stuff here where we don't even get jobs. You can look all through the neighborhood. So see, I know that when I come up here, if I come up on a common grounds, like we need jobs. To put that over there, all these warehouses and stuff around here, and ain't no jobs, and then y'all talking about, oh, we doing better. Yeah, y'all doing better, but the people aren't.
Thank you for your comments, and we will be taking a vote after we have some discussion from this board, but I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to just address how this meeting's been going. The profanity, the decorum, and the lack of respect amongst residents, colleagues, it's not acceptable. We don't do that anymore. If we have concerns and disagreements, we can handle it accordingly. But let's actually govern ourselves accordingly, please. And as we move forward with this meeting, let's make sure that's being done. We can agree to disagree. We can disagree. We can just do it without being disagreeable. So please, let's have some sense of decorum and respect while we move the business of the city forward. Residents, can we please have a discussion in regards to item 9B? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, were you asking for members or residents? Because you said residents.
I said residents? I apologize. Madam Clerk, I apologize. I'm kind of taken back by tonight's meeting. We getting everything tonight. So, board members, discussion 9B. No comments, Councilman? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, 3-2, with Councilperson Miller Anderson and McCoy dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ordinance 4233, 9C, please.
Ordinance number 4233, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 31, Zoning, Article VII-Florida Friendly Landscape Regulations, Section 31-609, Development Landscaping Requirements, ZA 23-0001, in order to allow working waterfront projects within the downtown marine zoning district and projects within the Port Future Land Use District to request to provide a contribution to pay in lieu of meeting landscape requirements for consideration by City Council, at time of site plan consideration with associated regulations for contributions, calculations, and reserve funds allocation for future landscaping expenditures, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item, and the acceptance on public comment cards for this item is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4233.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I turn the presentation over to Director Clarence Sermons of the Development Services Department.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair. Staff does not have an additional presentation for this item, but I am available for any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
so in terms of this item, I want to just make sure that we're clear, and I'm going to ask for that we ring this in a little bit, because this is strict to just a text amendment. This isn't involving specifically the property per se. This is strictly a text amendment, and I will hope that we can keep comments to this germane to just a text amendment, because I think, I'm not sure what exactly would come out of this, but I don't see why there's any reference to, even though this is the applicant that's proposing this, I don't see that there's any nexus between what we've already spoke about. This is solely a text amendment and not anything specific to the project. This is more general in nature, even though it was brought by the applicant.
Thank you, Councilman. And I would be in agreement with that. So residents with public comment, we are going to remain items germane to the item that we're discussing. Madam Clerk, public comments, please.
Constance? Mr. Constance? Miss Brandy Davis? Miss Nora Mahoney? And Miss Julie Logson?
Commissioners, thank you. It's been a long night, as a lot of these meetings turn out to be. So I definitely have some comments about this particular text amendment. I think Nora said, the law applies to everyone, and she's right. This ordinance, it is about plants, yes, but as your comprehensive plan states, those trees are there for air quality. Those trees do a job in terms of regulating the temperature. Those trees do a job in providing a benefit to the community. And normally, this area would have to be landscaped at 20%. They are only going to landscape 4%. I think that it is outrageous that something is being proposed to basically pay to skip the requirement. And those trees, they don't have to go near us. They can go anywhere. So someone else gets the benefit from clean air, and our area, which has already been noted as a fact of having overexposure for diesel particles, that we're just not going to put the trees there. I think that that is just the most outrageous thing I've ever seen in my life. And the argument is that, well, we can't turn our boats around in the area. And so I get that, yes, you wouldn't have to follow the ordinance as it's stated right now and have a tree every so many feet, but you can move the trees, and the text could be different to say, well, we'll do the borders of our properties. That way, we don't cause harm to the local community by taking away the trees when we're putting a more intense land use where there would be mixed use. So I find this personally shocking that we are considering a scheme, to me, to override our ordinance through a text amendment so that we don't put trees somewhere and someone else benefits from cleaner air somewhere else. I mean, I can't believe in the state that we're in right now with the heat index the way that it is, and the evidence that these trees provide shade, that they help regulate the temperatures. We have people who are living on the streets. And like Nora said as well, it is like empty land out there because all these boat yards keep coming in. And so there's not enough people out on the street. We have people living on the street. You have more homeless on the street. And what's going to happen? They don't have, the trees, the cooling air. People are going to have health risks because of this. I think it is a real concern that we are considering 96% of hardscape on essentially 21 football fields. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Ms. Nora Mahoney, Ms. Julie Logston, Mr. Travis Bethea, and Mr. William Julius.
Hello again. Just to Brandy's point, when I was putting a pool in my backyard, I had nobody offered me that I could pay a penalty and not have to meet the requirements. I had to meet the requirements. I had to make my pool the right size so that I met all of the pervious, impervious, et cetera, requirements. And I understand that there's some kind of special paving going on here that allows them to meet the amount of impervious. But to the point of the landscaping, effectively what we're doing is we're giving free land. And everybody here understands that the design of the boatyard, you can't have it all, dispersed throughout the property, but they certainly can build a deeper barrier around and still meet that 80-20 requirement. And oh, by the way, that's one of the questions. And if you go back and look at the meeting minutes that I asked the Zoning and Planning Committee what percentage was, I never got an answer to. And I've got a list of 4 or 5 questions that I asked that never got answered in those meetings. I have sent letters to our council folks and I have gotten answers there, but in the zoning and planning meeting, I never got answers to any of my questions, contrary to the earlier discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Travis Bethea and Mr. William Julius.
"22 acres and they're unable to find any space for trees." Brandy brought it up along the border between the boat ramp. So everyone using our facility coming in from all over the county doesn't just look at shipping containers that you're looking at right now. Yes, they are all painted that beautiful little blue, but we'd rather have beautiful landscaping surrounding this whole facility and creating a larger buffer between the residents and the boatyard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. William Julius.
William Julius, 248 East 24th Street. The issue is I asked Clarence Sermons a question and it never got an answer about our meeting that we had 8 months ago.
Was it
I would
pertaining
like
to the
to have an
landscaping, sir?
answer from that.
Was it pertaining to the landscaping, the question? We're discussing the landscaping item.
I'm sorry.
Landscaping? That's the item that we're on now.
It was a question about our meeting between myself, Anna Verga, and Clarence Simmons.
Correct. In reference to landscaping?
This gentleman here, right here.
Understood. Well, we're discussing landscaping, sir. Landscaping is the item. We're just trying to stay on topic, so we would like you to
Yes,
address this item.
the topic was about the proposed ordinances and for the the questions that were arised about the actions of 22nd Street and 22nd Court, and about the addition of an additional Avenue D, which has not been yet approved, The problem is that, none of these working waterfront projects within the DMZ, within the Port Future land use district to request to provide a contribution to pay in lieu of meeting landscaping requirements, yada, yada. It's just, and Ms. Kashaba, you are my district council person. You know that this is not going to fly in our neighborhood. All right? And I strongly urge you to vote this down. It's not within the best community. We are a strong community, as evidence here. We are here all the time.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
That concludes public comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman, council members? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Sermons.
Please.
So, I started talking about the text amendment and how we arrived there. I'm just curious, what does it cost to do a text amendment application to the city?
If you give me a moment, I could take a look at our fee schedule.
Text amendment cost.
What was his response? Sorry?
So, Mr. Sermons, that's probably not as important as my next question, so we don't really have to address that. But I'm looking at our Code of Ordinances, Section 31-39, and that is procedures for application for variances or relief from land development code, procedures for an appeal of an interpretation, staying of work on a property. And it starts off and it says specifically, all applications for variances or relief from the land development code to the development special magistrate shall be in writing on form prescribed by the community development department, yada, 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 yada. Why wouldn't we have an applicant just to apply for a variance that's already called out in our code as opposed to creating a whole new entire section?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please, Mr. Sermons, go ahead.
This, what's requested here, staff does not believe fits the criteria of a variance, which is a characteristic of the property that is not self-created, that would require relief so that a property owner could enjoy the.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You got to speak up a little bit or come closer.
The request they made does not fit the criteria for a variance.
And what specific criteria are you speaking to?
Without the specific list in front of me, a variance requires some type of hardship that is not self-created, that it has to be a characteristic of the land pre-existing before the applicant comes in for development.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. And I think this goes right to the point, and I probably can give closing statements if I was a attorney presenting before a jury. So back in March of 2021, when we had Sunstar Logistics come in and offer us $45,000, there was no basis in law or in our Code of Ordinance for the city to accept the money for landscaping. So if what you're saying here today is true, that completely means we should not have accepted the monies that we did back in 2021. Wouldn't that be fair, Mr. Sermons?
I would not opine on that. I would just say the item that came before council at that time was vetted by city staff, administration, and legal.
And they're not always right. And you just proved it here today, Mr. Sermons, that there was no basis for Sunstar Logistics to pay the city $45,000 to avoid going through the landscape requirements. And I think your statements made it very clear. And I don't even understand why we even having this conversation, because clearly there is a mechanism that is provided. If they don't meet Section 31-39 for the procedures for applications for variances, then certainly perhaps we need to look at changing that code of ordinances, because there are certain situations, and I want confidence when I vote, specifically that we're not doing anything on the fly. And I can agree even more now with my position that I took 2 years ago, because you guys just arbitrarily decide when you want to take monies from persons when they don't meet the code requirements. And for me, that just goes against the very conscience and the oath that we took. I mean, I'm duty bound to say something that if we don't have a system already prescribed in our code, today it went into the city's bank account. What happens if it goes into a council person's bank account? That is morally wrong for me, and I won't be able to support this item. And I think you made the case for me. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Board members? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, 3-2, with Councilperson Miller Anderson and Mr. McCoy dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9D. Nine D, Madam Clerk.
We're on 9D now.
9D, go ahead, please.
Ordinance number 4234, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a request from Safe Harbor Marinas, requesting an abatement AB-22-0002 of the following right-of-way segments. First, a portion of Avenue C. Second, a portion of East 21st Street in Riviera Beach, Florida. Attachment A, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have 7 public comment cards on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards on item 9D is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4234.
Second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Director Clarence Sermons of the Development Services Department.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair. This item was separated from the previous ordinances associated with this project because we do consider it quasi judicial, and the hearing would move slightly different than the previous ones. And I think at this time we would handle the swearing in.
And I believe we need to have the applicant and any speaker that's actually going to be speaking on this item. Please stand and raise your hand. Right hand. If you're going to be speaking on this item, if you could just raise your right hand, I'm going to have to swear you in. This is a quasi judicial. What speakers do we have? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So these are for our speakers and our presenters, not for our public comments. Thank you. There was individuals in the back, but just the presenters is who we were swearing in. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Sermons. If you can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Stevens, if you could help us out with the full screen version. All right, I won't take the time to reread the header of this item into the record, but to move forward with the staff analysis of this application. The applicant, Safe Harbor Marinas, is requesting approval of this item in order to assemble property for a new campus to operate their boat repair and maintenance business. The application under consideration at the moment is AB 22-0002 for abandonment of city right-of-way. The project location is indicated by the red dot on the screen before you now. The image before you now shows a closer view of the project area. Again, the purpose of this is for the creation of a campus to operate the boat repair business. About half of the land area is already under the operation of the applicant. Existing conditions consist of mixed and vacant and developed parcels. There are a total of 31 parcels in the proposed project area for a total of approximately 21.8 acres with downtown core zoning, downtown residential, and downtown marine zonings. And the future land use is downtown mixed use and working waterfront. The abandonment is proposed as described on the screen with the red outline. A portion of Avenue C as well as a portion of 21st Street are petitioned for abandonment by the applicant. First, a view of East 21st Street looking east from Broadway is the first street proposed to be abandoned. And the second street are portions of Avenue C, and this is looking from East 22nd Court, looking south at the street as it currently exists. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project for the following reasons. The abandonment does meet the criteria of Section 29-66C6 of the Land Development Code. In that section of the code, there are 8 criteria that can be considered for street abandonments. In the staff review, we determined that for each of the criteria, they have satisfied those standards, including criteria number 6, which reads the proposed relocation supports a marine industry whereby vessel size necessitates increased dimensions of the parcel. Approval of the use of public rights of way for marine industry is conditional upon maintaining the industry as a primary use. And this particular condition is contemplative of marine industries, as you can see. A proper public notice was provided for this item according to state requirements as well as city ordinances, and those were satisfied in the way of mailers to the property owners abutting the proposed area, newspaper ads, and sign postings on the property. With this, the city did stress to the applicant the importance of meeting with the community before proposing such a project. Evidence was provided of 4 community meetings held by the applicant to engage residents and staff based on communications in public meetings, emails, site visits, and staff meetings with residents. Created the list before you of community concerns, which included traffic circulation, drainage, open space, landscaping and beautification, sidewalk improvements, speed bumps, traffic turnarounds, air quality, and parcel numbers. Though all of those are not germane to an abandonment, we have summarized the concerns of the community when it was requested regarding this item. Staff recommends approval of the proposed abandonment with the conditions that 1, the privilege of fee must be paid within 30 days of the ordinance approval. The plat cannot be recorded until the abandonment has been completed and recorded. And 3, the applicant must provide the requested notarized memorandum as conditioned by the City of Riviera Beach Special Utility District, which is on page 8 of the staff report in your backup, which details the language of that condition. It is extensive, so it's not included on this slide. And that concludes the staff presentation regarding this item.
Thank you. And does the applicant have a presentation?
Okay, Chairman, council members, City Manager, Mayor Richard Pinsky, and Councilwoman Miller Anderson, Councilman McCoy. This issue, I think you're going to love. I think we're going to get you on this one. This one we're going to have that you can actually vote yes on this one. It is, the nexus and the justification for the road abandonment, which directly translates to jobs. I'm sorry?
Please continue, Mr. Pinsky.
Okay, thank you. The West Palm Beach yard that's currently existing is going away except for the water side. So that operation in West Palm Beach is in transition to Riviera Beach. The property that we are moving on to is our own property. So when I say we're not asking for anything, the things that you have voted on tonight was because of it's our own property. The road abandonment is what we are requesting in exchange for jobs. So this transition, although it may sound like to the general public, this is a new development and this is something new coming to the city, it is not new. We've been operating on that footprint. In fact, 70% of the workforce and work is already taking place. There's not going to be any new great influx of traffic, people. 70% is already under operation in Riviera Beach. The remaining pieces of property that we are going to utilize for passive use is going to represent an additional 25%, and then we turn the lights out and we leave West Palm Beach. So it's already happening. Our workforce in West Palm Beach and Riviera Beach is from this area. 50% of our workforce is of color, and they come from the surrounding community. What we have been working on for a long time, and Councilwoman Botel gets the shout out and the credit for helping to take the lead, is how do we create a marine industry workforce, not just for us, but the entire working waterfront area you have in Riviera Beach, and in fact, the entire marine industry. You have a workforce here in Riviera Beach that is ready to be accessed and energized. We have a marine training program that we are about to start. However, we realized that it's just not marine training and jobs that's part of this. It's also residents in Riviera Beach, local businesses that want to be able to sell product to Safe Harbor. How do they find out how to sell what they have? You have subcontractors, some of them put scaffolding up. We use scaffolding. How do those people find us to say, how do I get a job, or how do I bring my product for my business to Safe Harbor? We also have the opportunity for subcontractors. You have tradespeople that live right here in Riviera Beach that are electricians, plumbers. They too want to know, how do I translate that to working on a vessel? So in setting this up, we realized, and Leah Gaines, who does our community outreach, really came up with the idea that we first have to have a one-stop shop of information, sort of an information hub, what we're calling First Source. Because we realized when we launch our job training program, and we realized when we begin to have either a job fair or an open house of how vendors and people can do business, they have to be able to call somebody on the phone. They have to be able to walk in the door and talk to somebody. How do I fill out an application? So we took a step back, and for the last few weeks, actually since the CRA meeting, we've been working on developing just that. We already have a phone number in place, not ready for public yet. We are designing a website. We have identified an on-site physical location that will probably be expanded. And that is what is going to be the opportunity for somebody to walk in the door and say, how do I fill out an application? How do I do business for or with Safe Harbor? The nexus that we're already planning with the city of Riviera Beach is to access, as we spoke about earlier, your reentry program, as well as your pre-apprenticeship program. We have met with Jeff McGinley about his opportunities at North Tech, and we do have 2 other meetings planned with 2 other individuals that also want to talk to us about running this program. Once we have this one-stop location ready to go, hopefully it'll be ready by the September 6th meeting. We can give you even a better update. Once that is all in place and we can publish a phone number and a website of where to go and a physical location, then we're ready to tell people, here's how we do job training and here's how you get a job with us or here's how you do business with us. Again, taking place in West Palm Beach. It has been going on here in Riviera Beach. And Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do is just take an extra 2 minutes. I know you've had a lot of speakers tonight. We purposefully discouraged folks on our side to come and speak tonight. We knew this was going to be a long evening and we did not want to take up public comment. We'll wait for the September 6th meeting for that. But what I'd like to do right now is bring up a couple of folks that work here that have gone through a very similar experience as we have here. Why don't you come
Excuse me,
up?
Mr. Pinsky. My pro temp, Councilwoman Lanier, did ask for just kind of the information and details about the jobs. But being that this is quasi-judicial and that the abandonment is in no relation to the jobs and the creation, Attorney Nguyen, if you could just clarify for me in regards to this presentation and what we can be moving forward with discussion and what we should take into consideration.
I think you should consider the jobs that Mr. Pinsky is discussing just as informational. It's not what you would base your decision on. Your decision is just based on the abandonment. And the jobs don't really have anything to do with the abandonment as it relates to your decision.
Right. So I did want you to at least present your portion, Mr. Pinsky.
Well, we don't have to go on and we don't have to do that,
Correct.
but the nexus was that you are giving up city land. That's what you are doing.
Correct.
And what are you going to do with that city land, Safe Harbor? And so the nexus is jobs are going to be created for the land that you are giving up. We don't have to speak to it tonight, but there is a nexus, but it's late and we're happy to.
I think it's not about it being late. I think it's just the fact that with this item and what we're doing with the abandonment is we have to just take into consideration the road that we're abandoning, not the jobs, which we are very excited. I believe my pro tem wanted to hear more about this, and we will have an opportunity with the site plan and with the second reading. So we will incorporate that. But as of right now, it's going to be
I'm
just
good with
mentioned
that.
as abandoned.
Any
Thank you,
other
Ms. Pinsky.
questions?
Board members? Madam Clerk, we do have some public comment. Thank you, Ms. Pinsky.
Miss Brandy Davis, Miss Julie Logston,
Hello again. Good evening. Commissioners, I just want to thank you first for staying this late to listen to us all. On this topic, specifically the road abandonment, I just wanted to make a couple comments on how this affects us. I understand the road has already been abandoned, right, in the past. I think that was 20th Street. And now we're talking about 21st and another section of C. And when I read the CRA plan and I read a lot of these urban, design plans, they say, don't give up your roads. And for Riviera Beach, they said it too. Your natural grid network that provides a way for traffic to kind of flow through when it backs up on Broadway. There's been a lot of concerns about that. I know there was a traffic study, but specifically by cutting off this road and cutting off C, and then what they're going to do with this little wiggle that they're going to create on an alleyway called D, we are all going to have to use 22nd Street to get to that light. And they're going to make a section of the road on B one way. But the concern is the traffic is still going to come through our neighborhood to go to their neighborhood. So we are giving up land, and there is the prospect of some jobs. And I recognize, what it means for a city to grapple with trying to create some type of engine. I understand that, and I think the position that you're in is very difficult. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if that engine is actually going to click. But we do know if we give up our roads, we are giving up more of the city, and that has impact. And we just need to recognize that that has consequences. We've already taken one, we're going to take another one. And I'd be willing to bet that, in a year, well, not a year, but maybe 5 years or 10 years in the future, they'll be back again to carve off another road and another road. And my concern is what happens with District 2 overall. And again, the neighborhood being that it's already been cut down to 3.5 streets, there's really, if you take any more, we're gone. So, in a time of housing crisis, I think that we just need to consider what it means to abandon and really think about that as the overall district. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Ms. Julie Lawson and Mr. Travis Bethea.
Welcome again, Ms. Julie.
Hello again. This is related to the road abandonment, but not specific. But the point was, I think half of the discussion that the community has had around this was the concern about the traffic. And I know at least when I thought about that, I thought about this 500-car parking lot. And I've asked the question 3 or 4 times, another question that I asked in the zoning meeting that did not get answered, which was, why do we need a 500-car garage? And to Mr. Pinsky's point, if 70% of the workforce is already in place, why do they need a 500-car garage for the 30%? I also asked the question, can part of that garage be used for public? Until tonight, I've never heard anybody say yes, that it was going to be open to the public, which I think would be a good thing. But again, I don't understand why the need for the 500-car garage. And now it's becoming clear that it's basically a provision that because they have to put it in there, they're putting it in there now just in case they ever want it. But when you go and you vote tonight, you're voting that whether it's 2 years, 3 years, or 10 years down the line, they can put this 500-car garage in, and we will have a problem. So I think if we're going to vote on this, somehow we need a provision that allows that in the event that they do want to put that structure in place, that it comes back for another vote. Because I think it would be a real issue if we have a 500-car garage there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julie.
Mr. Travis Bethea, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. William Julius.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
let me share something with you before the speaker comes. These intermittent interruptions in the mic is going to create a problem for the court reporter. And statute provides that all meetings at all times should be open to the public. And if at any point a portion of the meeting is not audible, then you create a sunshine issue. So I think it's occurred a few times over there at that desk, but certainly we need to figure out a better microphone system, because those intermittent cutoffs could potentially create a situation where a court reporter doesn't transcribe precisely what occurs. So I would hope that we can get this corrected with these microphones, or perhaps increase the sensitivity of them or something. But this is definitely going to be a problem later if we don't get it addressed.
Agreed, thank you. And Walter, if we can't have that worked out for future meetings, hopefully with tonight, if we can see what's going on with the mics and the cutting in and out. Thank you. Mr. Travis, please go ahead. Thank you. Welcome.
So both presentations were very vague. I don't even know how you guys can make a vote on what they showed. They said they want to abandon 21st Street and Avenue C. Okay, well, for me to get here tonight, I had to go down 24th Street, drive down Avenue C, make a right on 22nd Street, and make the left at the light. So they just said they're gonna block the neighborhood off. But I've been to all the meetings, so they talk about giving us a back alley called Avenue D. No one even mentioned. The staff didn't mention it, they didn't mention it. This is, how can you vote if you don't even have all the information? And it seems like on every topic coming up, all the information isn't being presented to you. Is that a staff issue? I don't understand. I'm really concerned. So they want to give us an alleyway called D, so instead I'd drive down C Street, make a right on 23rd, make a left on D, make a right on 22nd into the traffic of the 500 cars. And then they want to make Avenue B a one-way in that the fire department can drive up the wrong way if they have to, is the plan. But it still allows all the traffic to cut through our residential neighborhood, causing problems. If you drive through our neighborhood now, they have all these speed tracking signs mounted on all the poles because people are speeding through and cutting through a residential neighborhood where kids are playing and families are. So there was no information given to you, so how can you even vote? This is out of control. Think about this. So when they close the other roads, everything for their traffic is getting bottlenecked through 22nd, and then what? They're gonna cut through our neighborhood, okay, they can't get back out because B is a one-way. I'm glad I gave a better presentation than everyone else did. Thank you, good night.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Mr. Manny Xavier, Mr. William Julius.
Evening again. Manny Xavier, Riviera Beach. In respect to the abandonment of the roads, this is nothing more than unjust enrichment, if you think about it. They're taken away from the residents there. I'm not going to say that I use 21st Street every day, because I don't, but I can pretty much guarantee I use it every other day. And Avenue C, I use that a lot, so do other residents. And I think that'll be a big detriment to that community as far as safety with, in case there's an emergency for police, fire, and just outrageous traffic, which we do get there at times during the days, Monday through Fridays, during the weekends when people want to go to the Safe Harbor Marina to go out, go diving, fishing, go to Peanut Island, whatever. So I think that needs to be looked at. And as far as benefits, back in 2016, I know you, Ms. Botel, was on the board. You voted to approve the abandonment of 20th Street, which they have. But to correct Ms. Balsamo, they had 3 abandonments in their lifetime there. They had 20th Street, which was in 2016. And prior to that, they had section of Avenue B and Avenue C abandoned for their benefit. Avenue B and C was supposed to be a road and some sidewalks leading to Riviera Beach Marina Village that the residents and the public were supposed to use. But the council at that time decided to give them that property as well. So I think they've had enough benefits, and unless they can prove that, I don't mind if they have a certain section of 21st Street to expand their property within reason. But what I have concerns with is the buildings they want to put up on Broadway. I want to make sure there's going to be adequate parking for various types of businesses, i.e. shops and restaurants. I asked that in the previous item that I came to speak with. I have not gotten a response, but I would like that to be detailed in the same fashion that you had Viking detail their parking and whether the city would have use of that as needed. But this is going to be a project where they're putting space up for rent, for a lease, for commercial purposes. So I would like to know how many parking spaces are going to be allotted and what time of day those spaces will be utilized. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Mr. William Julius, Mr. Joseph Williams, and Mr. Fane Lozman.
Welcome, Mr. William.
William Julius, 248 East 24th Street. They're calling for a 10-foot walkway on each side of each street on this widening of 23rd or 22nd Street. Are they going to do eminent domain? Is that a consideration? to take away properties that people own or right-of-ways to accommodate the now traffic that's going to go from East 22nd Street to proposed Avenue D, and then make a sharp right onto Broadway, waiting for the traffic. That light never changes. And you also have the boathouse, which has been there for every year, and also D's T-shirt shops, been there for 30 years. They also will be impacted by the influx of the road widening is going to be a 10-foot walkway on each side. So there's going to have to be a give and take. And I don't think anybody's thought this through. You got a 500 parking garage that's supposedly going to be in that Marina district instead of being across the street where the new city council meeting is going to be, the city hall is going to be at 22nd West. So the thing is eminent domain considerable, and the 10-foot walkway on each side, which is what's been proposed by Safe Harbor. I don't think this has been thought through at all. And Clarence Sermons did not.
Thank you for comments, sir. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Williams.
Serve his constituents well.
Mr. Williams, thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Joseph
He did not
Williams
serve us well.
and Mr. Fane Lozman.
Mr. Joseph Williams? Mr. Fane Lozman?
Fane Lozman, it's important for my credibility for the 5,500 homeowners that I fought, Governor Bush fought, Seashell City fought, and a guy by the name of Artis Reeves fought to keep Viking from buying this facility. Viking went up to 21st Street, and Artis was still living by Seashell City. Artis lived at 34 East 21st Street. And Artis would call me all the time. I'm the last homeowner on 21st Street. We got to fight Viking from abandoning the road at the end of the street. And I remember talking to State Lands, and State Lands owned the end of the street and kept it public for artists to walk down there. And Viking owned on either side of the street. And there was actually a letter was sent to the city from the State Lands guy, you can't abandon it because it's like somebody who lives down the street who wants to use it. Ultimately, Viking got that abandoned, 21st Street abandoned. And Artis would call me, crying about it, whatever. I said, Artis, you're the last guy here. I go, let Safe Harbor buy you out. Well, Safe Harbor did buy him out. It probably, I don't know. His house was built in 1925. They probably paid him 2 or 3 times what the house was worth. And he was ready to move on. He had a bunch of equipment in his yard. He said, I need a bigger place. I got forklifts and backhoes, all kinds of crazy stuff in his yard. And he moved away and he was really happy. So he had the last house on 21st Street. So there's no more houses. There's no reason not to abandon 21st Street because Artis doesn't live there who wants to go down the street anymore. The people that owns Artis's house is Safe Harbor. So you have to be true to your values that there's no more residential on that street. Therefore, I don't object anymore to the abandonment of 21st Street, like I objected vociferously when Viking wanted to abandon their eastern edge of 21st Street. Artis and I fought that. Artis is gone. I have no objection. One of the things about the parking garage that I noticed when I would visit Artis, there's a million cars all over that place. Those cars are where those giant boats are going to go now. So they have to park somewhere else. So they're going to park in that parking garage. That's the way I understand it. So it's not going to have a parking lot full of 500 cars and 500 cars parked on those blocks around there, because that's where, a dozen more big boats are going to go. So they're going to relocate those cars from surface parking into a parking garage. But, I got to be true to myself. I don't oppose it because Artis is gone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Any additional comments, Madam Clerk?
No, that's the end of public comments.
Presentation is complete, Mr. Sermons.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Board members? I did have a question for you, Mr. Sermons. If you could bring up, I'm sorry, Councilman, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sermons, the 8 criterions, did you measure this application, or I should say petition to it? And that actually is a question in itself, the petition. Apparently, I've seen in our code that the petition shall be on the form prescribed by the department or something of that sort. We don't have a form because it appears that they just wrote a letter.
Yes, we do deem the letter sufficient in this case.
Okay, but if you're following the strict language, we're supposed to have a form. So I would just certainly ask that question. But I was looking at the 8 criterions. Did you measure the this application or petition, I should say, against the 8 criteria personally?
It was done with staff collectively.
Okay, so what is the perimeter, the outside perimeter that's going to be established in terms of linear feet, excuse me, that was completely improper. I'm sorry, Miss Educator. What was the perimeter? Because in this 49-page backup document, I don't know that I see it there.
I don't have a figure at the moment. I apologize.
It says, I think letter E provides that the relocation will not create a block with a perimeter measuring more than 2,000 feet. And I wanted to find out, do we know what that perimeter is going to be?
No, but I can provide the answer. I don't have that measurement in front of me at the moment.
Okay.
All right, excuse me. We cannot have any interruptions from the public. Go ahead, Mr. Sermons.
In the staff report, starting on page 9, is the list of criteria in the staff response to each. So in our response to that one, it does not create a perimeter more than 2,000 feet, but I do not have the exact measurement before me at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. The time is 9:56. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Do we have a time frame or unlimited?
How many more items do we have? I would only extend to 11. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we extend to 11.
Do we have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. I'd be willing to extend to 10:30 if our colleagues have any interest.
A second.
A motion to extend the meeting to 10:30 with a second. Councilman Botel.
Discussion.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So can we identify what?
Madam Chair, we got to suspend the meeting if you're going to go and start talking. I mean, you're in the middle of a quasi judicial, so I think you need to more or less suspend this conversation.
Before we can extend. Yeah, we have to dispose or suspend meeting.
Suspend this item temporarily.
Well, correct.
You about to run out of time. The only thing I wanted to say was just, can we identify what we're going to cover? Because we're not going to get through the whole thing by 10:30.
Yeah. Have that discussion, though, Councilman McCoy is correct. We would need to extend this meeting, and the only way we can extend it and have the discussion is by suspending this item.
3 minutes, we go ahead and finish the item.
I believe there's unreadiness still. There'll be more discussion. I have a question about the traffic, flow of traffic.
All right.
So I believe we have to take a motion to suspend, pause the item. Yep. Do we have a motion to suspend item?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you. Motion to extend item motion renewed for extending of meeting to 10:30. Councilwoman Botel, is your second still stand?
Yes.
Unreadiness, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, you want to discuss the items we will be covering until 10:30?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
What items do we have to finish up tonight?
Mr. Evans, would you like to chime in on this?
The items that are ordinances would be the items that certainly staff would recommend. However, based on because we would have to re-advertise those particular matters, the other items can be addressed at another meeting.
Okay, colleagues, I would not have a problem if we can get through 11A.
Yeah.
We moved 11B to consent.
That's it. Yes.
11, if we can get through 11A, we've already moved 11B to consent. I know we had discussion about 11C and D, but I believe we can dispose of those at a later date, being that those are going to be ballot initiatives. So we can, we have a little bit of time on that, so we can bring those back, which is going to be C, D, and E. We can bring those back to a later date. And F and G, the health insurance. So if we can at least get through A and G.
So it would be staff's recommendation with regards to moving forward with the healthcare, because that requires us to provide communications to the employees and beginning the transition.
G, 11G. Mm-hmm.
And probably the two items, the replat, item 11J and 11K.
I don't believe we'll have enough time to dispose of that if we only extend to 11:30, 10:30, Mr. Evans, because that's going to take a little bit more discussion. So I would probably recommend bringing that back if we're going to be on time constraints. He said J and K, but that's going to be the replat and also the site for 28 parcels. And I know some colleagues may have some questions about that item. I have some questions, so go ahead.
My recommendation would be just the healthcare. That's, the others we can queue up for
Sure.
another meeting.
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
What is the concern with getting J and K done tonight?
We still have another ordinance to get through, and
No. I was asking Mr. Evans what he
Oh,
he
go
was
ahead, sorry.
suggesting we do it tonight.
It would be my recommendation to move forward with J and K if it's the pleasure of the board. That's a replat and site plan for,
Are we on time constraints for that? Or what's the situation?
we're not on any specific time constraints on that. but it invariably will delay
Oh.
that project.
All right, so
Moving
let's,
forward.
if we can just get going, then maybe we can see where we are. I mean, and then figure it out. If we can have a nice run for 30 minutes, maybe we may have some energy to add some time to it, maybe later. If we can move smoothly through
Any
it.
additional readiness? Motion's on the table for extend the meeting to 10:30. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mel Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
No.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, 3-2, with Councilperson McCoy dissenting and Chair Pro Tem Lanier dissenting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, I believe we need to reinstate the item, the hearing for the quasi judicial. We need a motion for that? No? So we could just bring the item back. Attorney Nguyen? We can just bring the item back that we suspended. We don't need a motion. We don't need a motion to bring it back then. Because we took a motion to suspend the item. We don't need a motion to start to reinstate.
No, you just suspended it for the purposes of extending your meeting. You
Extend
just
our
bring
meeting
it
and vote?
back.
Okay, so we can just go back into the discussion. We were left off at general public comments. We had additional dialogue and discussion. Board members, any additional questions? Councilman McCoy, you were the last one speaking on the item.
Sorry, I'm getting older. I'm about to be 40 this year. I gotta.
There you
try
go.
to
Happy birthday.
Remember, I don't even know.
All right, I did have a question while Councilman McCoy refreshes his mind. Mr. Sermons, can you bring up the actual flow of traffic for this item so we can take a look at this for the road abandonment?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a version of the traffic flow on the PowerPoint.
Does the applicant have a version of the flow of traffic with these abandonments?
Mr. Pinsky? Mr. Pinsky?
I think the biggest concern that I had from residents was going to be the flow of traffic. I need to see what the flow of traffic is going to look like or what impact it's going to have to our residents. So do we have anything that can actually showcase that? And Mr. Sermons, if you, I can possibly just bring up the site or the abandonment map so we can see what's being abandoned, and then we can have a discussion of the flow.
I apologize if it's not quite big enough. So this Avenue D, Councilwoman Shirley Lanier asked earlier, what was some of the issues? One was we wanted to completely wall off the campus all the way down. So completely protect the neighborhood. We wanted to put sidewalks on the south side, sidewalks on the north side. The neighborhood did not want that. Originally, we didn't even have a wall. So half the neighbors asked for a wall, half the neighbors don't want a wall. Travis, who just spoke a while ago, asked for Avenue D, which we did. Now tonight, I guess he doesn't like Avenue D anymore. B was going to be abandoned only for fire. The neighborhood, these folks at this end of the neighborhood still wanted to get out to make a left turn. This is what this is all about. How do they go south on Broadway? So your own traffic engineer came up with the idea of making this one way so that only neighbors can come out and go up. The people at this end of the neighborhood will come out on 22nd Court, go here, go up, and then they'll be able to turn left. Again, it's a 9 to 5 operation, so when all the neighborhood is leaving, these folks are coming in. And when the neighborhood's coming back, these folks are leaving. So there really is no traffic congestion to speak of. So the abandonment of C and 21st Street and C is really for this new expansion. This is really what this is all about. All of this is already taking place. So all we're talking about, we own all the property around all the abandoned roadways, to which, by the way, we are paying for. When I say what you're trading is, yes, you are trading road abandonment for jobs, because that is what's going to create the jobs in the road abandoned area. But also, you're getting money if you want to use it for impact fees, whatever you want to do. It's the same thing with the landscape buffer. We have a very healthy, it's not minimum, as one of the speakers mentioned tonight, but we actually went over what is required. The remaining part that we can't put trees in the middle of our yard, we're giving you the money for you to put the trees in. You're not going to spend the money on anything else but trees. We understand you want to use it for a park area across the way. That's great. If you want to put trees anywhere else, so you still would net the same amount of trees, they're just not going to be in this little area right here. So that's the traffic flow that we're talking about, B, D, and the only thing that's being abandoned is this portion and this portion, as Fane pointed out. This is still abandoned into Viking that they got done. So this is going to be the part that's going to be abandoned, and this part. And this is the job creation part. And by the way, the building back here, this is going to be about 50 or 60 parking spaces for the public for these buildings.
So looking at this map at 22nd, is there going to be an entry into this campus from 22nd at the light?
22nd Court?
22nd Street. So when you come down 22nd
Yes,
Street,
this is 22nd Street is the
where do you
main
enter
entrance.
where do you enter into the campus?
Right, and then you're going to come down, and this again is going to be surface parking right here, because most of the parking is going on now. Yes, but we anticipate maybe 200 spaces is all we're going to need. But again, we had to show a parking garage, so it's on there, but we think it's going to be adequate, and there is no need, but we have to show it so it's there. So the entrance comes in, folks go into the parking lot right here. They can't exit this way.
So that'll be a one-way there.
This is a one-way entry only for the neighbors to use to go out to Broadway.
So if that's going to be a campus, can that same road be used? Because you said it's a one-way. So will any trucks be coming on that one-way?
No, this is Avenue B. That's a one-way street from 22nd Court.
What's going to restrict people from 22nd Court or trucks from going down 22nd and coming down Avenue B and going into the?
Oh, could they come down and go in?
Yeah.
Yes, it is conceivable, but the only folks that may do that, I'm guessing, is Viking. There would be no need for somebody to come in here, go all the way, come in here, go all the way down and come back over here. It would be much shorter just to go in on 22nd Street. All of our folks, that's what we tell them to do. We have good contractors and we have good employees, and when we tell them this is the way to come in, not to use this roadway, they don't do it.
That Safe Harbor Marina, that is the rear on the east side, going to the east.
This is all Viking.
Well,
We're this part here.
Well, up top, isn't that a Safe Harbor Marina there?
That's Newport Cove. That is, even though it's still the same owner, it's an entirely separate division.
Right.
And it's like any other corporation where, they're them and they're us.
Of course.
This is a marina that's been operating. So folks, this is why we wanted to wall off this entire road. We were going to have everybody, we were creating a new entrance for Newport Cove to use this road only. The neighbors did not want that, so we took the wall down. We're not going to put all the way. So yes, Newport Cove customers can come in, they can go here, and they can go there, but most of them will probably come down. So that traffic's not going to change. It already exists.
Right.
And it already is.
So that will have the Newport Cove traffic. That parking lot, there's a private parking for the?
This will be our private parking lot.
Private
We
parking.
also provide all the spaces for Viking, although sometimes they just put vehicles anywhere they want along here, but this is the parking lot.
And with this flow of traffic, the retail space that you have on the west side, where's that flow for that's where the retail is, not going north of that? What is north of there? Right there.
This is where D's Tees.
Got it. So it's just
we
south.
bought Boathouse Marine, so that's no longer an issue.
So just south of there is where the retail shops are going to go. The retail storefront on Broadway is going to go where?
Right here.
There. So those would be the retail. Where's their so their entry is going to be 20th, 21st? What is that one? 21st. How
Well,
are they?
we're trying to reserve this just for heavy trucks.
Okay.
Uh,
So where's the entry going to be? Because you're abandoning that road,
right-
I'm assuming.
Right here. Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry, right, where's 22nd Street?
Yeah, right there. So
Yeah.
how do the retail residents access?
So right in
I'm
the
sorry,
middle, see where
retail
the arrows
customers?
are, right in the middle?
Yep. The heavy truck access?
Yeah, is that 20th Street?
Okay,
Yeah, that's 20th Street. Michael Spruce, engineer for the job. So,
thank you.
oops. So, yes, this is primarily a truck entrance to the yard, but behind this building and behind that building are parking for those buildings. So there is still a traffic signal here. You can pull in the parking lot, pull back out, pull in this parking lot, pull back out. There is no long driveway, but there's adequate space to move into and out of these parking lots and back out to Broadway.
So customers, residents going to those retail places will have to be battling against the heavy trucks to go into the retail, because that's going to be your heavy truck entrance.
Right,
It's gonna
but
be your
the
trailer.
heavy trucks, this isn't an all-day thing that trucks are driving in. They've got prescribed delivery times, just like, and they're all scheduled. So it's not a constant inflow and outflow of large trucks all day. It's just the one place that we know we can take those trucks without it, impacting major traffic route.
Right. And I guess my concern for that would be, even though it's not an all day, 9 to 5, lunchtime, if we can attract businesses, local businesses, restaurants, retail, with them combating with or fighting with the heavy trucks and the trailers to try to access that retail component is going to be concerning for me. One. Two, the access, the parking with Safe Harbor, current site that's not yours, your facility. The issue I have is that it's a private parking lot. So I know that I know residents that boat at that Safe Harbor location, and all of that facility is filled from Thursday to Sunday when it comes to parking. So I'm not sure where a lot of those cars are going to go, because now it's going to put more of a burden on the residents at 22nd Court, because now you're going to have cars parking all up and down the street. So because as of right now, where your facility is being closed off is where where a lot of people park their boat at Safe Harbor. So being that there's no public parking there, I'm not sure where Safe Harbor boaters are going to park for the time being, because it is filled all the way to where the image of the yachts are, of the ships. So my concern is going to be the access, the availability of parking, because I was excited with a actual parking garage. But now that there's no parking garage, it's going to be a surface level just for the facility. I'm not sure where people are going to park. The flow of traffic, I don't see an actual flow of traffic map. So if we're going to address road abandonments, we haven't addressed the concerns of the residents with the flow of traffic. So I can't, I'm kind of visualizing, but I would expect at least a flow of traffic to understand when we abandon something, what's going to happen to our residents.
Well, I guess what I would say is we've done a traffic study that deals with all the traffic movements down each and every one of these roads and turning movements to 22nd Street.
Excuse me. Sir, that will be the last interruption. Otherwise, I'll be asked you to remove from the
The
building.
traffic study is in the public record, has been for probably a year. So you can get a copy of it anytime you like. So the numbers bear themselves out. We've also gone out and done videos during the peak hours of the day, and there's maybe 3 cars parked at the light at 22nd Street. So, it's always a good story to tell that the world's coming to an end because of traffic. But the reality of it is the roads aren't heavily used now. They will be more heavily used with the traffic from this facility. But the residents will not be impeded to leave to go to the light at 22nd Street. Again, not everybody, but the majority of people are leaving in the morning and coming home in the evening, whereas the workers here are doing exactly the opposite.
Let me clean up the heavy truck entrance. Right now, the gate is closed most of the time. We did tell Viking they can use that. That's what it's for. all of our traffic comes from water. So when there is a truck delivery, which is not often, matter of fact, I'm going to let Tim address it, but they're after hours. That is not a truck entrance where trucks are coming and going. It's a working yard. And when you go, you'll see the gate is closed most of the time. So that is not going to impede, interfere, or conflict with any of that retail that's going on. We're going to be opening the gate for the retail, but that's, even though that can be used, that's not a heavy truck entrance. I'm not quite sure about the 22nd Court parking that you're talking. I misunderstood.
No, I think, sir, you were asking about Newport Cove parking when people are going to the marina down there. So there is parking around Newport Cove, and it's sufficient for Newport Cove.
To that point, it's not. I boat at that location. It's not sufficient. I've seen parking all the way up to actually the entire facilities.
Well, when I say sufficient, I mean it's code required parking.
Of course.
Right? So what they are doing now is in this area, there's kind of an open field that they use for overflow parking.
Correct.
Right here.
That's the field I'm talking
But
about.
that's right. And that's on the weekends and mostly when their traffic is there, like you just said, on the weekends. On the weekends, no one's going to be working here.
Understood, but it's still a private parking lot. So where are people going to park? Because if it's a private lot, are we going to allow people to park there? Will they be towed? Are they allowed to park in that facility? So there's a lot of questions that I have unreadiness with. In addition to following up, if Mr. Pinsky could clean up or give us clarity in regards to the after hours deliveries.
I'm going to let Tim Sargent bat clean up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Sorry for the late hours here. Councilperson Lawson, very few times do we open this gate. This is available. We don't have heavy traffic because the boats come in by water, so there's no competing for the parking. Two, this Newport Cove facility will be able to use this parking. That's why we put a parking garage on here. As this grows, and in the future, we want to be able to have that on the site plan. When we build it, we don't know, but the parking, this facility can use this parking.
Thank you.
And again, we're not working during when this facility is being used. And most of our trucks come in this way, and then we have a guard gate right here. This is where we take all of our deliveries in.
So, Mr. Tim, and I'm sorry to kind of monopolize on the time because I know my colleague had some questions too, but real quick, I just one question. You said that gate for the retail is going to be closed most of the time.
This, if you go over here to 20th Street, this is gated.
It's gated. Okay.
But when we build these buildings, the gate will be back here, so you can come in and park, and you're not battling heavy trucks, because our trucks and all of our traffic come in this way, and we have a gate here. This is where we clear them in the gate and unload, and it's mostly parts and pieces and deliveries. It's not boats. Boats come by water and get hauled out.
So when we see the site plan, you're going to have a gate built in past the parking for the retail?
Correct. There is, actually, I think the gate is back here right now. You can turn off at 20th Street and get right here, and then you'll see the gate is right there.
Okay. And I understand the traffic study was completed, but I really would like to see the flow of traffic, even if it's visualized, because right now my concerns are going to be, and it's hard to look at it without the site plan, without the full details, but I'm just trying to understand how our residents are going to be impacted by the one-way traffic there with the trucks coming down the I believe that's 22nd Court.
22nd Street, this
They're
is
gonna come-
22nd Street, this is 22nd Court.
Okay.
Our trucks are coming in here.
22nd Streets.
This
Got
is
it.
22nd Street right here. This is where all of our traffic's going to come in and come into our gate.
And then our residents leaving the community will be coming down and making that right turn to go up to 22nd Street light.
Correct, the residents, but our traffic will not
Right.
be able to. They'll have to exit this way.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Sermons, go ahead.
The only thing I would add to that is at that segment proposed to be a one-way, and as you'll see on the site plan, they will be responsible for the improvements to narrow the right-of-way. So the width will be reduced such that there could only be one lane with southbound circulation allowed there. So that is something that's contemplated in the site plan to ensure that the traffic is not or truck traffic or non-residential traffic is not going north into the neighborhood. So I would just add that clarification that those improvements necessary to make it a one-way would be
Yes.
handled by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councilwoman Botel?
So I think you've answered a number of my questions. I didn't know where the gate was, but you've said that it's going to be pushed back, so that's fine.
The gate's going to be where it is in its current location.
No, the gate out by those retail.
Oh, yeah, the
So
gate's
that's gonna
back
get pushed
here.
back.
Yeah.
So if I live on 22nd Court and I want to leave my home, I could either come out 22nd Court, but there's no light there, right?
Correct.
Or I can go back to Avenue B, go on one-way south, and then go up 22nd Street and get to where there is a light.
Correct. Or you can use D. If you're up in these houses, you can come over to D and come
Oh,
out and access the light.
Okay. So I will no longer be able to come further south and use what we're abandoning, which would have been 21st, but I have other ways to get out of the neighborhood.
Correct. And there's no light at 21st Street. At
But there is a
22nd
light.
Street and 20th Street are the lights.
Okay, I'm good.
Julius? Board members, any additional questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy absent.
So we have one more ordinance that Mr. Evans said he wants to get through, and we have a couple more items. Board members, I know we extended to 10:30. What do we want to do? Finish the ordinance? Any resolutions?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans?
if it is the board's desire, it would be my recommendation that the board handle the ordinance with regards to health insurance or the resolution with regards to health insurance versus the ordinance. If the meeting is to cease at 10:30, that will allow for us to have adequate time to transition the employees to a new healthcare provider.
So I will extend the meeting to finish 9E and what is the insurance one? 11G. And that be the end.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor?
is it possible, could we get 11A out the way?
What?
I do want to have the discussion about 11A, the urban farm.
I know she's been here since the beginning.
But do we
of the
need to do
meeting.
that tonight?
Do we what?
Do we need to do that tonight?
It's.
I would like
it-
to hear it tonight, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I would too.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lanier?
I would like to hear 11A tonight.
What's that?
She said she'd like to hear it.
I can understand her.
Which is what is the 11, is 9E? Amending. Okay. Can we do 11A and 11E? Mr. Evans, would it be possible to renotice the ordinance for 4196?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can do that.
Thank you. If we could do, colleagues, 11A, which is the urban garden, and 11E, which is the healthcare benefits. I'm sorry, not 11E.
11G.
11G, which is healthcare benefits. We'll dispose of the urban garden and we'll dispose of the healthcare benefits, and then we'll finish the meeting.
You want a motion to deal with those two?
Motion to deal with those. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion been made properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy absent.
Madam Clerk, we're going to move to 11A.
11A, Resolution Number 106-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding bid number 108 88-23-3 to E-Roadmap Corporation to provide urban agricultural farm and botanical garden management services in the amount of $36,000, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment from account number 101-70102-552-000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment card on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 106-23.
Second.
Motion made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll turn this presentation over to Ms. Tanisha Boyden, a representative for the Procurement Department, and then Deputy City Manager McBride to assist, and Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Blankenship.
Hey, Ms. Tanisha, how are you?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you. Great night.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, Chair. The Procurement Department did a solicitation for urban I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous tonight. Urban architectural farm, architectural farm and botanical garden management services. I'm sorry, y'all. And with the solicitation, it posted for 14 days. We only received one response, and that was from E-Road Maps Corporation. The Procurement Department completed their vetting process. With that being said, our recommendation is to move forward with the award of the contract to Urban Farms. The city will be providing the master gardener who will have the certifications that were required in the solicitation. And also, because of the upcoming or future development of the police department and the location of where that will be done, we have included, the contract will be for 1 year, but we also included a 60-day notice of 60-day notice of termination if the project at any point schedule changes.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Madam Clerk, we have public comments?
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Mary Brown.
Any additional comments?
That's just the one public comment.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor Graham, Riviera Beach. We know it's late, so I'm not going to prolong the time. We know that the garden is much needed, and I think that she has articulated what I wanted to ask, how we put those perimeters in place so that this will not happen again. And you make mention about 60 days, and they should not be allowed to continuously to work. We need that safety network that is there so that will protect them as well as to protect the city interests. We know that food is a substance here, So I just want to make sure that this will not fall in the crack anymore. Not just on the participant part, but as well as we as leaders and overseers as well. So I'm glad that we have reconciled this to some degree. And the 35,000 is that, I know before it was saying like $100 and some odd $1,000. So where did we come up with this to 35 or 36,000? And was that the remaining that we owed her? Or was that proceeding into the finish up part of it? And are we gonna have that master gardener over there? Because you do need that. You do need that. So if we are to put things in the city like this, they have to be maintained. And it has to be the purpose of producing and getting to the residents exactly what they need in order to maintain that health status within all of us. So I want to see the garden maintain it to its fullest. And I want to see those perimeters. If it's 60 days, she should not, no one, not just her. If it was Ms. Brown, I would not go over my limitation. And me as a participant, I know when my contract is up. So I'm gonna be on the city or whoever, to bring it to their attention if they have forgotten about it. So it is accountability that should be displayed within all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown. Board members? Madam Pro Temp, you had a question?
No, no question.
Thank you, Pro Temp. Madam, Ms. Miller Anderson?
No.
No? Thank you for the comments. And Mr. Evans, I believe that the only discussion is just a clear direction. If it's a one-year contract, the expectation, because there is a need for a food desert. So if we can create and work with the organization about creating a strategy and plan, how to address it moving forward, if we intend to use this site and what we can do in the community to make sure this continues as a program. Okay. Board members, no comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item Resolution 110-23, 11G.
Resolution number 110-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the health care coverage with Cigna Healthcare of Florida and authorizing the Director of Finance to make payments from various department accounts up to the amount equal to $1,179.15 a month per employee for fiscal year 2023/2024, totaling an estimated annual amount of $8,280,814, and providing for an effective date, October 1st, 2023. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 110-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is to solidify the relationship with Cigna of Florida for the purposes of providing health insurance coverage for the City of Riviera Beach employees. We did go through a competitive solicitation process, and we received two quotes, one from Aetna, the city's existing provider, the other from Cigna. We did share the information with the board at your last budget workshop. The renewal rate cap for next year is 12%. The renewal rate for this year that we're getting ready to go into is 9.2%. Our previous provider's best and final offer was at 22%. The network is also going to expand by 22%. We're also going to see a $50,000 increase towards wellness programs and initiative. And then we're going to transition the flexible spending accounts that employees have now into the Cigna program, as well as adding some additional life insurance products through New York Life. There's no modifications to the health insurance coverage. There's no changes to the high deductible plan, no changes to the option one, the $750 deductible plan, or no changes to option two, the $1,000 deductible plan. Staff recommends approval of the resolution that's before you this evening and can answer any questions. The other item the board did ask from staff was what would be the cost for those supplemental services for the part-time employees. It's roughly about $50,000. If that is something that the board would like to include into the offering for health insurance, it would be staff's recommendation that you would effectively amend the resolution and incorporate the language to provide for the supplemental insurance program for eligible part-time employees. It's roughly about 36 persons that would be eligible for those types of benefits. The city would pay, but then the employee would be required to pay a portion of that particular benefit if that's something that they're interested in. We also did get the number to provide health insurance for part-time employees, and that number is about $500,000. But we did get that number, and I know that was a question that the board had. So we can answer any questions and or make that modification to the resolution if that's something the board wishes to desire. And we would probably pull those funds out of some legally available funds that we have going into next fiscal year. Well, this part of this fiscal year, next fiscal year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Could you say
Councilman
again,
Botel.
what was 50,000 and what was 500,000?
The 50,000 is the supplemental services supplement, like it would be similar to like your Aflac, your New York Life insurance, accident, death, dismemberment, or what have you. Those would be the those would be the items that would be offered in that coverage for $50,000 for part-time, eligible part-time employees. And it's roughly about 36 persons that would be eligible.
And to cover them for health insurance would be 500,000.
That is correct.
Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I would be okay with the additional 50,000 for the supplemental. So I would amend the motion to include that if the rest are inclined to support it.
Councilwoman, do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Botel? And the second still stands. So I believe that amendment was added, Mr. Evans. I have agreement. I would support that amendment for the 50,000 as well. Board members, any additional questions? Councilwoman Lanier, Pro Temp?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mendel Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy absent.
Thank you. Comments from the city manager?
I have none, Mr. Chair.
City attorney?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee reports?
I'll say,
Thank you, Councilwoman. Statements by the mayor, city council, starting with the mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one thing. I heard Ms. Brand bring up about A.B. Elam. I'm in great support of Abe, and I say this: whatever's coming out now, Abe has been working with this city for the past 10 to 15 years, and up under leadership that, if they didn't catch that 15 years ago, why bring it up now? But the point is, I was assured by our chief that he's been cleared. I think we do all have a past, and I just don't like when we try to bring each other down. So to those to be, you used him for 15 years, and he's still here in this city, and he's bringing other athletes that want to be involved in our city, and they're excited about our kids. And I just think it's really a low blow. I usually don't come at anybody on the mic, but I really think it's a low blow. And I'm in full support of that young man, because his heart, he's not here for the money. He's here for our kids. And he's here to change our recreation department. And I'm all for it. So I would fight for him to the end. And I just think it's disappointing that people would go to the lengths to try to just kill his name and kill his character. So just watch it. You may throw a stone, but watch it, it'll come back at you. So I'm in full support of it.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Miller Anderson?
None.
Councilman Botel?
have a good evening.
Only comments are, we'll address the League of Cities meeting. All of the colleagues were there last week, so we'll talk about that hopefully at the next meeting. I echo the sentiments of my mayor in regards to support of the Elam Foundation. Abe Elam has been an amazing staple to this community. So, Mr. Evans, we try not to interfere with staff decisions, but you have the support of your board chair and your mayor. So, thank you. If no other questions, concerns, meeting is adjourned.